Jump in here and get ready for the show. I see Kenny tapping his mic. I think he's having a problem with his setup. I can see him on the camera. I think he's struggling with something, but I'm here. We here. Kenny will get it figured out. Appreciate y'all tuning in. We're ready to go, baby. What's up, Kyron? I see you, baby. Bryce, what's good? Tyler, what's happening? Dr. David, Will Z. What's good, baby? Yeah, you know what it is, man. That's the kind of mood I'm in. I didn't sleep for shit last night, so I'm rocking the slow jams. Jesse, you got me? Oh, okay. The sound went weird in my ears. My bad. What's up, Rob Dub? For the culture elevator music, yeah, no doubt. Kenny, can you hear me? Doesn't look like it. He's not responding if he can. I can put KC. You got me? No. All right. What's up, Gabriel? Yeah, Smoothie. Yeah, everything's good, man. Smoothie was just a little restless last night, man. She has been clingy, which I love. But, man, like if I move a little bit, she starts panting, and I realize it's just best for me to leave. Let her have this entire bed. Because Sprout's already left. Just let her have the entire bed to herself. So I've been up since I started working on the show at like 3:50. Yeah, no, that's the that's the show alcohol. That's the show alcohol back there. I mean, I ain't gonna say I'm not gonna drink it. But, oh, what's that? I see the little connection is unstable. Oh, no, that's not good. Come on, man. Need that. We should be going live here any second, guys. Okay. What's good, baby? Come on in, hang out, get comfortable. We're with you for the next 4 hours. It's D'Lo and KC. I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me.
He's Kenny Caraway.
Acknowledge me.
He's not. He's having some technical issues over at the house. So whenever Kenny gets reset, rebooted, or whatever he needs to do on his end in Elk Grove, man, he'll be with us. But we've got you covered today. Mark Spears did an interview with DeMarcus Cousins that the Kings World was talking about yesterday over on Anscape. Mark will be with us coming up at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll get his thoughts and his conversation with DeMarcus Cousins, as well as his thoughts on what's going on in the NBA playoffs right now. And of course, the professor, Jason Jones, will be with us here for his weekly visit coming up at 3:20. It's going to be interesting. I don't mean to be, Petty McPetty here, but it's going to be awfully interesting listening to some of these writers around the National Basketball Association talk about their back-to-back MVP who will almost certainly be receiving his award at home. And that's not a knock on Nikola Jokic. No. This is that old motto of keeping that same energy. A lot of writers, Brian Windhurst comes to mind. There's a number of them out there that had something to say about Giannis's playoff failures, about Giannis Antetokounmpo's playoff shortcomings, and talking about the third MVP. Man, I don't know. I mean, his numbers are good. We've got to see something from this dude in the playoffs. Like, man, I don't know that we could do this. And now you're about to have a back-to-back MVP. And not only are you about to have a back-to-back MVP, it sure sounds like you're about to have a runaway MVP. I know we thought the race would be close. I know we thought it was a 3-person race between Nikola Jokic and Joel Embiid and Giannis Antetokounmpo. It feels like Joel got played out a little bit in those last 3 weeks or last handful of weeks with big performances from Jokic with big performances from Giannis. And then it felt like, you dig into the numbers, and we'll talk about numbers as it pertains to postseason awards in just a minute, because it feels like some people who think they're a little bit too smart for the room lost their mind yesterday when Marcus Smart was named the Defensive Player of the Year. But we'll get to that, because we got to look at the analytics. We got to look at PER. We got to look at all of these different things. And it's like, all right, yeah, cool. Jokic is that dude. He is a bad, bad dude. And he's getting run out the building right now by Draymond Green. He's getting run out the building by a dude who we wondered if he was washed. Clearly, Draymond stepped up. Clearly, Draymond's up for this moment. He's like, okay, 2-time MVP. I see you. I got you. And he's frustrated the absolute hell out of Nikola Jokic. And we tell our Draymond Green jokes, and Draymond Green always leaves the door open for us to tell jokes. But he's doing that work. He's doing that big time work on Nikola Jokic. And he frustrated him, man. They were playing physical yesterday. And I mean, these are the things that I always wonder about. Like, does Steve Kerr go to the refs? Does Draymond go to the refs? Is there a conversation before, like, yo, this is our game plan, man. We're gonna be physical. It's gonna be tough. And the refs will say, yo, we're gonna call it, be careful, or hey, we're gonna let them play. And they let them play on both ends. But Draymond, clearly, hindsight, you could see this. You could see Nikola Jokic getting tossed out of that game coming from a mile away. You could see it. He picked up that first technical, and you could see it coming. Looks like my partner's ready to join us. I'm singing the praises of Draymond Green.
Sacramento, California. Acknowledge me.
Yeah, okay. So when you're late to the party, you don't get to do that bit. You got to just jump in with the conversation, and you got to do what I'm doing, and it's sing the praises of Draymond Green and acknowledge he put the soon-to-be two-time MVP. He sent him to the locker room early, man. It was the way Draymond was playing him. He was infuriated, and Draymond wanted to play. Jokic wanted to play. I think he wanted to play an equally physical style with other players on the Golden State Warriors that weren't Draymond Green. I feel like the officials let those two get away with battling each other. But when that battle extended to other members of the Golden State Warriors, the referees weren't having. I think that's where Nikola Jokic got pissed off. And you could see that T coming. I think he got the first one, in the third quarter, got the second one in the fourth. You could see it coming early because Dre and Jokic, they was rumbling like one of those matches that you talk about on the 13th round.
Yeah, Draymond's doing a great job on Jokic, on the soon-to-be two-time MVP. He's doing a great job on him. I thought Shaq broke it down well on Inside the NBA last night, and I could see this playing out exactly how he said it is Jokic, Draymond's given 100% of his strength and his aggression to stop Jokic. And when Jokic gives 100% to combat that, he's looked at as being aggressive or aggressor or fouling or doing all that other stuff. And that, along with just not feeling like you have enough horses to win that series, could be extremely frustrating.
Well, I think it's the realization that he's not going to be able to throw this team on his back and certainly I thought of. And again, I don't think Denver's. I don't think they're going to win this series. I don't think they're going to get swept either. I think they're going to grab a game at home. But I did think like Jokic would be able to. I think Draymond talked about it after game one, a 45, 15, and 15. Yeah, I thought he was capable. Draymond's not letting it happen.
I think the Warriors are going to win this series, especially after seeing these two games. Like, any real concerns I had about the Warriors in this series, that I guarantee you that's over, and you ain't got to worry about that. Golden State, you're gonna win this series. But I will say this: I think I don't think they're looking at it necessarily as we don't have enough, we can't beat these guys. It is frustrating, but Jokic and these guys, they're looking at it like, man, it's just not going right for them. And the Warriors are out here hitting every three they can hit when they have the opportunity. It's smooth sailing right now. if I was on the Denver Nuggets team, I would be looking at it as the Warriors did what they were supposed to do. They did what they had to do. They won the 2 games, whether it was by 1 or 21. They're up 2-0. Now we come to Denver, and their objective is let's just get 1 in Golden State because we're going to win at home. We're going to win our games at home. All we got to do is get 1. It doesn't matter which one it is. It doesn't matter if it's 1, 2, 5, or 7. Just get 1, and we'll win this series. So the real doubt would creep in if they lost, game 3.
Game 3.
You know what I mean? And if that was if the same story came out, like if they were close in the first half and then the Warriors pulled away in the third quarter to go up by 10, now that Denver team is probably going to be looking at it like, I don't think we have enough. But right now, I just think it's frustration just in general. I don't think they believe that they don't have enough. I think they'll turn up the level of physicality at home. I think the others will play well at home, and we're going to see if they can tie this series up at 2.
I think they were looking at this series like, well, maybe we've gotten an advantage with Steph Curry coming off of the injury. Spoiler alert, you very much do not. He's got new life breathed into him, being able to come off the bench and score, and play just 22 minutes here in this first round. Let Jordan Poole, do what he's doing, continuing to build that momentum that he is here in the postseason, him carrying the bulk of those minutes, playing 33, 29 points. I mean, what was the total? 63 between Jordan Poole and Steph Curry last night.
Man.
Yeah,
Man.
like I don't know. See, and that's the thing. While you're prepared for Jordan Poole, I don't know that you're prepared for that from Jordan Poole.
Right.
And yeah. I think his offensive output may have thrown the Denver Nuggets for a little bit of a loop, and it's just something that they can't respond. And this feels like the Warriors of old, man. This feels like the Warriors of 3-4 years ago, where we're talking about you got to sustain those runs. You've got to stop those runs. You've got to be able to slow them down. You can't let those 44-point quarters happen. And if you do, you better have a 39-point quarter. You better have a 40-point quarter. You better have something that counteracts that, man. This is just like old times talking about with this Warriors team, and Denver can't handle it right now. And I'm not confident that they can. I don't blame them for not being able to. I actually thought this was going to be an entirely different type of series.
Mm-hmm.
This is, as Michael Cole would say, vintage Golden State Warriors. That's all this is. And Denver can't handle that. Denver has to change the entire tone of the series. They have to change the entire game plan of this series and make the Warriors play their way, because that's where they have the advantage with Nikola Jokic running the ball through the middle, slowing things down. They can't go shot for shot with them without Jamal Murray and Michael Porter Jr. and those guys out there.
Yeah, and that's really what it comes down to, in my opinion, is you got guys like Jokic. Jokic is fine. Like I know a lot of people, and I'm not trying to take away from Draymond Green at all. I mean it when I say this. He's done a really good job on him. He's done as good a job as you can do. But it's not like Jokic is out there with 15 points, 5 rebounds. Jokic is fine. His numbers are fine. He's 26-11 last night. The issue is the Warriors are doing such a good job on the others. Nobody else is getting off. Nobody else is having any kind of impact at all. Aaron Gordon has been nowhere to be found. Will Barton has been nowhere to be found. Monte Morris, he's not doing anything impactful. Jeff Green, JaMychal Green, all these guys, DeMarcus Cousins, nobody else. Like Jokic can play well. He ain't gonna score 112 points. I know he averages 230.
234, yeah.
I know he averages 230.
Yeah.
But he's not like he's doing all right. But those other guys, nobody else is anywhere to be found.
Oh.
What's the second leading scoring at 12 points from Will Barton? And Will Barton needed 15 shots to get those 12 points.
Well, see, that's the thing, too, with Nikola Jokic is I don't feel like he's in a rhythm. Like you talk about the 26-11, sure, that number in and of itself is fine. 26-11 is fine. But, he's 9 of 20. It feels like there's no flow. He's not hitting from deep. Like there's just a lot of things like that they're just not computing for him. And I think part of him kind of being out of that flow, it's affecting the other. Like if Nikola Jokic is in a flow and you're the Golden State, well, you have to make adjustments. If he's 9 of 20, oh, you're good. Because that's not what you're not worried about 26-11. again, like Draymond said, you're worried about the 45, 15, and 15. You're worried about the 20K, 1K, 500 club. That's
50, yeah, 45. Yeah,
those are the but the point is he's capable. Those are the numbers that you're worried about. And maybe 45 is a stretch. It could be 30. It's the 15 and 15 on the other end. It's the 15 assist. It's the fact that the way that they're defending him, he can't get anybody involved. We'll talk more about this. We're just getting started. We talked about analytics and numbers and all of that. We'll mention how some on social lost their collective minds a little bit yesterday, and we'll talk more about the Warriors, the Nuggets, and we'll talk a lot more about everything jumping off in the NBA playoffs. Again, Marcus Spears set to join us, as is Jason Jones, the professor. It's all coming up today here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. Thank you, Cheryl and B. Moore. This is one of my favorites. I think this is my favorite.
That is nice.
Next to the Reese's dope. This is my favorite. It's my favorite black bottle.
Cheryl and B. Moore. I wasn't getting any sound from the microphone. I was like, what in the world? But I had it in the wrong input. Pause. So last night, we're a family. We could have discussions. We could talk. We could laugh with each other. Last night, you guys are lucky I'm here. I fell down the stairs last night.
Oh, yo, that's not funny. Damn.
Well, it was just
like what type of fall?
I missed the last step.
Like a forward fall? One of those. Oh, that's jarring.
I went backwards. Ooh. Forward, it could have been easy.
And you're not
I was looking at. No.
Yeah.
The tailbone crazy right now.
Tailbone is crazy
socks
right
on?
Now. Did you have socks on?
Yeah. If I would have had shoes, missing that last step probably wouldn't have been as crucial. I would have had some grip. But, man, I slipped off that last little edge, and I held on like it wasn't a tumble like it could have been. I held on, but, yeah, it was ugly. It was ugly. I was lucky to get up, no issues. Like I said, tailbone's a little sore, but I'm all right. I said, what? I took that step. I said, what the hell?
That's tough.
I said, what the hell? I'm glad you don't fall down your stairs at your house. That would be, that's a couple stories.
Oh, settle down.
It's a couple stories.
Settle down. Well, I got my stairs have carpet on them.
Yeah. Mine do not.
Doesn't mean I haven't almost slipped.
Socks on.
Because that's like brand new carpet. I'll miss it. It's normally that, but it's normally because mine does that turn. So I've misjudged. For some reason I've misjudged that bottom step a couple of times. I ain't never taken the true fall, but man, I've come close enough. This is a good question. Were you laughed at?
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
Belly laughs.
Because your stairs come out right in view of everybody, like right into the main living. Oh yeah,
nobody saw it because they were all asleep. But
okay.
And when I told them, oh yeah, belly laughs. Only because Reese hasn't fallen down the stairs at this house. At the other house he did. Jazz took a tumble here. We all have. So they're like, yeah, welcome to the club. It's about time. They're like, it's about time you fell.
Yeah, that's why we had that condo in the Thomas, man. I never wanted to move my mom in there because there's two sets of stairs. There's you walk in, it's just like a entry area, and then you got to take stairs up to the main living area and stairs up to the bedroom. I was like, yeah, Mom, this ain't the place for you.
Yeah, they got that reminds me of those brownstones they have downtown. And you come in. No, you don't come in you come in on the bottom. I thought maybe you came in the middle, but you come in on the bottom and there's 3 levels in them. We toured them when we were looking for houses.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's time to put in the elevator.
The elevator isn't working.
Bryce, I usually have shoes on all the time. Shoes or slides all the time in my house. All the time. For whatever reason, last night I was walking around in socks. Tragic.
Go world. John, smoothie's good, man. Thanks for asking. She woke me up at 2:00 this morning, so she's nice and rested, and I'm fucking zombie. Ooh. All right, the Tyler compound.
Come on, man.
Got the Tyler compound. Level. I see. Yeah, okay.
Next level.
Real Husbands of Sacramento. No, you're not, Tyler. You're telling the truth. We know you are.
Who's a better NBA player? Skill plus performance plus stardom. Durant or Durant? There's no where get that off my screen. I love Tatum. He ain't there. Come on, man. Come on. This is what we're doing. Y'all thought I was crazy talking about Luka and Anthony Edwards. That's what we're doing now.
Oh, let's go, cousin Pete. All right, I like it. There you go.
Hey, okay. There you go.
They're working our man Pete. Black Bottles 916 to the nubs. Man, my man's beat. ESPN 1320, the Odyssey app. We're live on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook as well. It's D'Lo and KC, brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Just diving into our conversations here about the NBA playoffs last night. Warriors go up 2-0 on the Denver Nuggets. We'll dive into that. Back into that in just a second, man. Shout out to Marcus Smart for winning the Defensive Player of the Year award yesterday.
That's what's up.
Love the way they presented it to him with Gary Payton on hand. I think Marcus Smart's one of the smartest players, no pun intended, in the entire league, man. He's legit. I've just heard some amazing things about him, and it's why every time we clamored for Marcus Smart and Boston Celtics, Sacramento Kings trade, and people proposed the Harrison Barnes, Marcus Smart thing, I just had to laugh because I know how Brad Stevens feels about that dude. I know how that organization feels about that dude. And I'm happy to see him get his just due. I know the analytics nerds were furious over Marcus Smart's selection as the Defensive Player of the Year winner. But, dude, he is more than a little bit deserving, man. That is a top defense. I believe it's the top defense. Jesse, is that accurate? Number one defense in the league? Man.
Those guys lock up.
And he is the anchor of that squad. Everyone was looking around when he said something about Tatum and Brown. And all of a sudden that team turned it around and they're in the position they are headed into tomorrow night's game 2 against the Brooklyn Nets, man. So congratulations to Marcus Smart. I'm sure he's listening and I'm sure he's going to hear this. But I love that dude got the Defensive Player of the Year award. And it didn't just go to, not that Rudy Gobert is not deserving, but or who I actually think Mikal Bridges was second in voting.
Yeah, and I saw a tweet from Mikal last night, just congratulating Marcus Smart and talking about now people show him respect for having to chase around guys for 40 minutes a night. So he was deserving as well. But Marcus Smart, I mean, a phenomenal defensive effort, a true leader on the defensive effort for the best defensive team in the game. And we'll talk about it. Rudy Gobert, whatever happened last night aside, I don't think he should be looked at as less than or diminished for now. He's a great defender as well, but this was Marcus Smart's season to win that Defensive Player of the Year award.
Couldn't agree more. 37 first place votes for Marcus Smart, 22 first place votes for Mikal Bridges. And I'm glad that I hope Monty Williams is going to win Coach of the Year, but it's good to see that defense getting some acknowledgement. We talk so much about Chris Paul and Devin Booker and DeAndre Ayton and that starting five and all of that. This has been a top, some of you may laugh. This has been a top defense since that bubble in Orlando. That's I think it was the 5 games before the shutdown, and then that stretch in the bubble where their defensive intensity turned, and that carried the first year that Chris Paul was there, and obviously it's taken to another level this year. Rudy Gobert finished with 12 first place votes, and those were the top 3 there in the Defensive Player of the Year award. So we'll have to wait one more day though to watch Marcus Smart on the court and take on when his Boston Celtics take on the Brooklyn Nets. But he'll get his just due in front of the Boston Celtics fans, and
they love Marcus.
Kyrie Irving will boo him. Give him the middle finger. One of the
Kyrie, man, $50,000 middle finger.
You know what? This one could be money well spent. 2, not as much as I thought it was. Like they just
more.
They went 50,000 for the whole infraction. I thought Adam would get creative and go, all right, it's 50,000 for the middle finger, but the double bird behind the head, that's good for another 25. And then the profanity in the post game, that's good for another 25. So they just went with a blanket 50.
So here's the interesting thing about that. It's just the gesture. Because people curse at the fans all the time and don't get fined. So it's just the gesture.
I think when you cuss at fans, especially directly at fans, I think you do get fined.
Oh no!
I mean, maybe you got to be more subtle about it. Maybe you can't look directly at them and point. But yeah, like I think if you cuss like to where it's clearly at a fan,
does it matter if it's like? Because I say this because I know for sure Kyrie had a this sounds dramatic when I put it. It's not a profanity laced tirade. But he was talking to some fans that wasn't positive. He cursed in Cleveland earlier this year, and I don't think he got fined for it. Now, what I was asking him was trying to figure out: does it matter if the TV cameras pick it up? Because this was one that was circulating around on somebody's phone that they took that was like courtside, and that's how you heard it.
Well, that was DeMarcus's. DeMarcus was a fan, allegedly, depending on who
with the Kings. Yeah.
Well, there's like 10 of them, but I think there was there's a couple, but I'm thinking of one, and like I don't know, like, you know, it's just so dumb to me is like they're doing it for a reaction. Like fans are doing it because they want that reaction from DeMarcus Cousins. They want that reaction from Kyrie. KD got fined for cussing at a fan in March. Like he got fined $25,000. Like that's what they're like. Even in the Kyrie video where he does it behind his head, you hear the people like they got the exact response they wanted.
Yeah. They also might have added it on and without saying it, but for the halftime thing that Kyrie said.
Wait, I missed that. What did he do at halftime?
Oh man, well, obviously can't repeat it, but he was walking through the tunnel in the back. You know, like even at the Golden One Center, when they're going to the tunnel, there's the lounge next, and people can say stuff or whatever. And they had that for the Nets. I don't know if it was that exact setup, but there was people back there. Somebody said something to Kyrie, and Kyrie responded. Let's just put it like that.
I didn't even see that.
Yeah, it was on it was on somebody's phone.
Okay.
But yeah, Kyrie responded.
All right.
Just like you would think you would respond on Sunday. So yeah, man, it's a touchy subject because like I don't necessarily think it's okay to be running around cursing at fans and doing all this. And you know, I'm still a type of guy where like, you know, you say something at a fan the way he was talking or way we've heard Kevin Durant or other athletes do it before, and I'm still the type of guy like, yo, it's kids right there, man. Like we ain't got it. Like you can talk back to them. You ain't got to use that language. You know what I mean? Like you don't have to do that. But I'm also like, well, that's not fair. He gets fined, and the guys that were cursing at him and calling him names, nothing happens.
Right.
So
yeah, if you're and I think Kyrie, I think Kyrie said this, but when you always have to be like when you're the athlete, when you're the one on the floor, when you're the one at work, you essentially have to be the bigger person and turn the other cheek. You have to listen to these people scream at you for 2.5 hours, but you have to be the one who kind of turns your head. And you can't just go around pointing at fans, having them thrown out. You know what I mean? Like if once
LeBron.
Well, no, now wait a minute though.
Oh, that was funny the way he did it though. Just the way
it was definitely funny the way he did it. It was like LeBron went and got the manager for sure. But
that meme is hilarious.
LeBron is who's got like LeBron is top 5 memes. Like he's got some good ones. Russ is
great ones.
Russ has some really good ones. They might be all NBA meme team. LeBron James, Russell Westbrook. We'll have to fill out the rest of that roster, but LeBron's got. I mean, the classic J.R. Smith one that'll never die.
They can come up with some creative ones for LeBron too, because like when I forgot exactly what it was, but when he dapped up the Warriors when the series was over, when they got swept, and people they'll have little memes for that. Like that's not even trying to be a meme, and it's when they put it together, it's hilarious. LeBron's funny.
Remember when LeBron had cramps?
Which time?
I think it was San
Antonio.
Was it San Antonio?
Because he had him against them and the Thunder.
Yeah, I think it was San Antonio. But the one where they carried him off like he was Paul Pierce. That's one of my. That's like the memes that came out of that one were legendary. Just legendary.
Great stuff. But to your point, like going to get the referee to get a fan out.
That was warranted, right?
Mm-hmm.
When you find out, like,
for sure.
You can't grab referees every 5 minutes and run around courtside and start pointing at people. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, so it's I don't know how the NBA manages this, and this could absolutely be. It just could be recency bias, but man, it feels like negative interaction between fans and players has been at an all-time high over the last. I mean, I was going to say this season, but you could really stretch it out to like the last 16 months or so.
Yeah, for sure. But this goes back to what I talked about yesterday, though, man. And I understand what you're saying, but that's what I put that on the franchise. It doesn't have to be Brad Stevens, so to speak, but the owner. Oh. And he needs to have a conversation with the security guards. We see him at the Golden One Center. They are very heavily staffed down there. Mm-hmm. And you look out, you see anybody saying things out of pocket, you tell them, you say, hey, that's not cool. Like, stop it. And you give them that opportunity. If they keep going, they got to go. And that doesn't matter if it's the first quarter or the fourth quarter. And I think that would help. Like, obviously, there's going to be people that just do it regardless. But let them know, like, that's not okay. Like, you can, like I said, you can get on a person. I talk about being courtside, and I'd be on a Luka or a Booker. I'd be on their head the whole time, but I'm not going to disrespect those people. I'm not going to call them out of their name. I'm not going to curse at them, things of that nature. We know what it is that would get you kicked out of a game. And I think those franchises need to be a little more in control of the fan end of the whole thing as well.
John's got a great point. We don't know about the security down there, Kenny. We sit higher up. That's a solid point by John. Like, you know, Kenny's familiar. Like, he knows all the courtside security people by name, whereas the only thing I know them by is, sir, I need to see your pass. For some reason, their hand is on their waist. I don't even know if there's anything there. They just, sir, your pass. Hey, I know Kenny. Oh, okay. Come on through. He's right over there. But don't get too close to him, or we'll have to escort you out. That's a good point. Good point by John. 916-349-1320. We're already having some fun in the chat house. If you want to take part in that, twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. But as we were saying, it was a run in the third quarter that separated things for the Golden State Warriors. 44-30. And that's where I think I think was it Will Barton and DeMarcus Cousins? They had to be. They
no
had
security there.
I really like DeMarcus Cousins, but man, he makes it tough sometimes.
Yeah.
And that's family business. Like sometimes you got to have it out.
Yeah,
but it's always DeMarcus. It's like, damn.
Yeah,
like, I don't know. I don't know what to say.
Will Barton ain't never gotten. I've never seen Will Barton get into it with anybody. I feel like I've never seen Will Barton say 10 words that was, menacing to another teammate. And he looked like he was ready. He looked like he was ready last night. And, I've heard a couple people, my guy Sports Wave, shout out to him, talking about, he said, 90% of people in Denver were on DeMarcus's side, and they're tired of Will Barton not playing well, but that's not the point. You know what I'm saying? Like,
tired of him not playing well. That's funny.
That's not the point, man. Like, because of all days too for that day.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like, I love DeMarcus, but it's like, no, DeMarcus. No, I understand DeMarcus's point about Sacramento. Here's what Sacramento did. Here's this. You tune on the game tonight. DeMarcus about to fight a teammate. Well, damn. Like, man. Really? All right.
And then Barton after the game, I meant to get that. That's a bad job by me. Get the sound by Barton after the game, and it didn't sound like what I took from it. He's like, oh man, there was some goofy stuff that should have just moved on from or whatever. It didn't sound like, oh, it was just heated. Like, we're cool. I took it more as clown behavior, man. I should have just let the clown behavior go.
I would never think much. I don't ever think much of, unless we're talking like a fist fight, like punches. I don't think anything a teammate's doing that. Like, that's just part of the game. When you're around somebody that much and you're working towards wait till we get to the studio. Just wait till that first Thursday in the studio, man, and a couple
the
things
cameras
go
in the studio.
Oh yeah, just wait till that third commercial break there, that fourth day in the studio. It happens sometimes, man.
Dave ain't gonna be treating me like Spo treated Jimmy Butler.
Kenny gonna be walking away trying to go to the vending machine, and I'm gonna be following his ass down the hallway.
Jesse gonna be holding him back.
Jesse gonna be like Pat Wright or Jeff Van Gundy holding on to the leg, trying to keep that from going. Yep, cameras will pick it all up. And that's coming to YouTube, Twitch, and Facebook. Gosh, man, we got it. We're about a month and a half away.
I know. I need
about
a car.
June. You say you got to get.
I need a car.
Kenny needs to get a car that plugs in quick. Shoot, I was looking at a particular car that plugs in. It ain't gonna be here by a month and a half. Them $6 gas prices have suddenly put delivery times at October.
Wow.
So I wait any longer, you're gonna you better deliver it with a bow on it.
The things they ain't just picking that up.
Yeah, no, you ain't going to the dealer. You look at some of these electric cars, man, and I get it. It's the time that we're in. Like, literally the gas station is driving us all to the poorhouse. But you look at certain plug-in vehicles, and they're like, pre-owned prices damn near the same as the brand new.
Oh man.
Like, this is a 4-year-old car with 80,000 miles on it, and it costs $5,000 less than the one that I ordered from the website.
Right.
Somebody help me make this make sense. Didn't you get a Tesla truck?
Can't be serious, man.
Is your Tesla truck ever coming?
No, because this guy keeps trying to get to Mars instead of finish the truck.
He's trying to buy Twitter. Like,
yeah,
did you
finish the truck, bro?
Did you get your $250? Didn't you have to put a down payment on that?
Put
for
a deposit down. Yeah.
Do you get it back?
I don't know. I don't think so. That's
what
I keep tweeting him and he don't respond. I'm like, bro, I don't care about your Twitler or whatever you're calling it. Finish the truck.
That dude took your $100 and just left. He was like, I'm gone.
Finish the damn truck. We get to Mars and spaceships. No, I just want to ride down the road. I don't want to go to the space. I just want to be able to get to work. Get the truck done.
It's a cold world, man. You just trust anybody. Look at you, just throwing $100 at Elon Musk. That dude's got billions of dollars, and Kenny was like, "Here, take my 100, and just I'm gonna give you this $100 with hopes that you're gonna get me a truck."
It was a risk worth taking, though.
Yeah, I get.
It's like buying shoes, except you get to wear the shoes.
Jesse with the bit that'll never die. What happens first? KC gets his Tesla truck or the Kings make the playoffs?
I swear, if I get the truck before they make the playoffs, I'm going to be hot.
Yeah, because you ain't never getting that truck. So it really just boils down to whether you think the Kings are ever going to make the playoffs or not.
I'm going to be hot.
Oh
man. But
what if your boy Elon hit you up real quick and said, "Kenny, we're going to get this truck finished, but I need another $200. Send me. We're upping the down payment to $300. Send it to me, and we'll get this truck finished." Would you do it? You do it. You're such a sucker, dude. You do it.
But soon enough, there's going to be a class action suit against him.
It very well may be.
So I'll get my money back. I'll get $75 of $300 that I would have put in there back.
I don't think it would be that much. It'll be far less than that.
But we got on this because we're gonna be fighting in the studio. But it's kind of crazy that man, there's cameras on these guys all the time, all game.
Mm-hmm.
That didn't used to be a thing to like film the bench. Nah, it's filming it all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And
there's cameras everywhere.
Yeah, I wonder if those things happened routinely back in the day, and there just wasn't enough cameras.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, I mean everything is different with because few people walked around with a camera. That's not even taking what were these ABC games? What shot with a couple cameras? A primetime NBA game shot with a handful of cameras. That's not even that's taking the audience completely out of it.
Right
now, you got 15,000 cameras in any given game because literally everybody walks around with one.
Yeah,
and so if something happens, like you gonna catch it. I mean, that's the first thing. Anytime anything happens, no matter it be funny, scary, tragic, we go to Twitter and look for the video.
Yeah, man. That's where I go.
Check out this footage of when an 8.2 earthquake happened. Like what were they recording that an 8.2 earthquake hit right when they were recording?
Bruh.
Somebody was doing it somewhere and it hit social media. I know when this stuff happened in Sacramento, I was like, well, we're going to find out soon.
Mm-hmm.
Sure enough. They're the videos, and these aren't the surveillance cameras. No, these are the people who was out there. This is the streets.
Yeah.
Everyone's first. When something pops off, let's document it.
Yeah. So DeMarcus, I don't know. I don't know what you do about that. And I don't think that. Well, like I said, from listening to Will Barton talk, I don't think that was like, oh yeah, we just heated the battle. Like I think they got beef.
Okay, well,
I do expect Denver gonna be turned up on Thursday though.
Oh, I think so too. I think so too.
I think they're embarrassed, and Mike Malone teams, they respond to being embarrassed. Still got swept last year, but they were they were better showings. Like they got blown out in 2 games against Phoenix, and that third game was just a different game as far as like the competitive nature of it. It still lost, but yeah.
I agree with you. They're gonna be turned up, and Steve Kerr knows that. The Golden State Warriors team knows that, and I wonder if they look at this like, oh, they're going to be turned up. They're going to have that crowd lit. Nikola Jokic going to be motivated after getting tossed. Referee, the whistles might be a little bit different in Denver than they were in Golden State. Mm-hmm. Not a criticism of the refs. Refs, I think it's just, A little bit of human nature right there. Golden State got to look at this like they ain't got enough dogs. We'll wait out to 3 quarters. Let them be turned up. Let them be loud for 3 quarters. We tight going into the 4th. They ain't got the dogs for this. That's how I look at it.
Yeah.
That's how I would look at it.
If you're Golden State, absolutely. And partial observer KC, like, all right, we'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see.
We'll come back. Jordan Poole wasn't the only young star on display yesterday. There were a couple of them. And we'll dive into the rest of the games that we haven't talked about. We mentioned Mark Spears of Anscape. He's going to join us, formerly the Undefeated, by the way. Anscape's going to join us coming up at the top of the 2 o'clock hour. The Professor Jason Jones in the 3 o'clock hour. Much more ahead here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. For reasons known to no one, I put on WrestleMania 1, and I'm not even watching it. And I can just tell in the corner of my eye it sucks.
That came on the other day. That's when we started talking about Doink. Because that match was
Matt
on.
Bourne, yeah.
They're just talking to Jesse now.
Get a Mitch from New Jersey shirt over at DLoandKC.com. By the way, go to DLoandKC.com and support Kenny's efforts to buy a truck that's never going to be delivered.
Thank you.
Go to DLoandKC.com because in about a month and a half, we're really going to need gas money.
Oh, for sure. You know what I propose? Some guys, I probably shouldn't even put this in the atmosphere because people are gonna steal the idea. But should I put it in the atmosphere?
I don't know. I haven't. Yeah, I mean, they're watching. Go ahead, put it out there.
Idea.
Put it out there.
So these guys, for shout out to my guys over at Chicken Talk, man. They do their thing in this boxing community, man, and it's they do a good job with. There's no biases. It's just boxing talk. You get a lot of bias in boxing, right? But anyway, the guys over at Chicken Talk on Twitter, they went in like 25, 30 people into getting a suite at AT&T Stadium for the Errol Spence fight. And I was like, that'd be pretty dope to do for a Kings game. You get 20 people or whatever. Cause I think it came up to, it's a little different because it's just one random game. That's a lot of money to pay for one random game. But I think for 25, 30 people, it was like $250 a piece or something like that. Like it wasn't nothing too crazy. But I was like, man, that's a pretty dope idea. You get the maximum that you could have in one of those King suites. And, we have a D-Lo and KC night at the Golden One Center or something like that. And everybody put in there. I don't know what it would be.
I love that you think that idea would be stolen. They would never let common people into their suite. Like, do it for our draft party, our NFL draft party. What pick do the 49ers have? What pick do the Raiders have? Never mind.
Damien can stop by. You know what I'm saying? Right over there.
Oh, is it?
Hey, stop by. Say what's up. Robinson Cano. He was supposed to be next.
Then he went to Seattle.
Who leaves the Yankees to go to Seattle? Was he wasn't traded? No, he signed there.
Yeah, he signed. He got a bag. He got a bag. Poor Kenny. They just stole his money. Jazz liked my story. What story is this? Oh, it's the box. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be down with Cruz versus Garcia. That'd be a good fight. It'd be a real good fight. Yeah, I don't think that'll change, John.
Shout out to Morgan Reagan. For no reason, then I'm looking at her pictures from the wedding they went to. She's funny. Or she's just unintentionally like funny. Like they're taking these like great pictures, and she's holding what I assume is a glass of wine and like staring off into the. It's such an Instagram picture, which is why it's great. Like Instagram pictures they're mostly fake, right? Like stare off because you're not, for whatever reason, you're not supposed to look at the camera. So stare off into the distance and you're looking, and profile pics, and
or you stare right into the camera and you don't smile. You just
you do that one too. That's the Kenny Caraway right there. Kenny Caraway vibe for sure. Steele and Casey brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. Jordan Poole wasn't the only young star in the National Basketball Association on display last night. Man, there was a couple of them, and I almost don't know where to start. You want to talk about Jalen Brunson going for 41 last night? Talk about Jalen Brunson keeping hope alive for the Dallas Mavericks against the Utah Jazz.
That was major. What a performance from Jalen Brunson when the team needed it the absolute most, man. I mean, the season was on the line, and for him to drop 41,
8 and 5.
And it's 8 rebounds, right?
Yeah.
5 assists.
Mm-hmm.
That 8 rebounds led the team.
It sure did. It sure did.
Led the team. What a performance by Jalen Brunson. Where's our Jalen Brunson?
Man, that's big time. That's big time. I like that dude, man. 42 minutes for him last night. And I mean, I give it to Dallas. They're trying. Like they had Reggie Bullock played 45. Dorian Finney-Smith played 42. Jalen Brunson played 42. Spencer Dinwiddie played just under 40. Like them dudes was out there trying to work. And then you got Maxey out there with 25. Just like we all thought, right? Brunson and Maxey leading the way. I should say Kleber, because we're going to talk about a different Maxey in just a minute.
Do we switch games?
We're going to talk about a different Maxey here in a minute. But 25 and 41.
Couldn't
He had a positive Buddy Hield stat line last night. 8 of 11 from the field, 8 of 11 from 3. He was like, I got one job and one job only. And that's what I'm gonna do.
The story in this one, well, it is Brunson. I don't want to say it's not Brunson because he was phenomenal. Keebler was phenomenal as well. But Utah, man, what are you guys doing? I think they were up 10 in the fourth quarter, lost that lead. They got into a situation, Quinn Snyder, and the coach that everybody wants, and rightfully so, because he's a really good coach, couldn't figure out that maybe Rudy Gobert shouldn't have been on the floor, or they should have done something, and just, for a lack of a better, phrase or term, I mean, he got out coached last night by Jason Kidd. Yeah. Now, it happens. Like, no coach is perfect all the time or makes the perfect decisions. The good coaches, they make adjustments. And that's what from game to game, and that's what I feel Quinn Snyder is going to be able to do. But, man, would you have taken Rudy Gobert out?
I would have tried something. Would have tried anything. That's a tough call, though, because you're kind of just hoping for that one, right? And it's like he's capable, but he had you're giving up 10, hoping for the one. And I mean, maybe the call was to get him out of the game at that point.
And it was crazy because I felt like the Jazz were still I don't think the Jazz played terribly on the offensive end. Like they kept making shots. Donovan was making shots, and they were trying to fend off Dallas as much as possible. But Jason Kidd said it best after the game. I mean, they were making twos and we were making threes. And, if that's happening, the math tells you that we're going to track them down and pull away from them. And that's what happened. But I watched that game again this morning, and it just felt like Utah wasn't playing bad. They just couldn't get away from Dallas and keep them off. And Dallas eventually kind of walked them down.
This series doesn't interest me at all. Like this is like a it's my job watch. I'm just not intrigued by it because especially with Luka out. But if Dallas is going to get games, it's like okay, wait a minute. Because if Dallas is getting games without Luka Doncic, this thing really is about to blow up in Utah. It's one thing to lose to Dallas with Luka. Dallas has had a phenomenal season. You're playing like they're without their best. It's a good basketball team.
Right.
They're without their very, very best player. And you still got Donovan Mitchell out there. You still got Rudy Gobert out there. Man, I don't mean to take a shot. You got some version of Mike Conley out there.
Oh, well. I mean, we ain't taking no shots, but we got to talk about it.
Well, and maybe that's the problem. Maybe you shouldn't have. Maybe you shouldn't have Mike Conley out there.
Just talk about what he did last night. 7 in 22 minutes, no points.
He was invisible.
And let's just call it what it is. And once again, no disrespect to him because Mike Conley has had a great career. Getting cooked by Jalen Brunson.
Mm-hmm.
Charles Barkley said it best last night, and this is no disrespect to Jalen Brunson. Ain't like he was playing Kyrie out there.
Yeah.
You let Jalen Brunson just cook you up for 41. Mike Conley, might be time to take him out the pasture.
Oh, man. That's tough. I mean, at this moment, you're not wrong, but we don't need to kill off Mike Conley yet. Like hang on. Like Mike Conley's performance is pretty glaring. Your boy Boyan did pretty well last night.
He did.
Man, Donovan got that 34, man, but he worked to get it. Like that, there's 30 shots. That 3 wasn't falling for him. Like that was a tough night for Donovan too.
If I was into these type of things, these type of cliches and sayings, which I'm not necessarily always into it, I would say Donovan Mitchell is the type of person that gets his and makes nobody else better.
Wait a minute. You literally said a couple of weeks ago how much you hate that.
I know. I'm saying if I was into that, that's what I would say.
Well, you just said it.
I said if I was into that, that's what I would say.
You still put it out there in the universe.
I mean,
we know how you really feel now.
I like how Donovan does his job. His job is to score, right? You would think getting everybody else involved, that's Mike Conley's role. He's a point guard. He's the distributor. That's his job. Donovan's job is to get buckets. But with that being his job, maybe in Conley playing the way he does, maybe they don't have the necessary components for Donovan to just be able to do that. Maybe it calls for Donovan to be able to do a little bit more that he, quite frankly, might not be capable of. He may not be a distributor. He may not be able to get others involved and get his points at the same time. And that's ultimately probably what's going to lead to the Jazz getting bounced no sooner than the second round. Like it may be the first, which I doubt, but second round they'll be done.
He also has some shortcomings on the defensive end.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the other thing about it. And Charles Barkley brought it up last night as well. Gobert gets singled out again for giving up corner threes and being stuck in the paint and all this other stuff. And that's one aspect of it. But those guards were getting destroyed.
Yeah.
I mean, the reason why they're able to kick out to the corner the way they are is because they're getting beat. And Gobert sucks in, thinking he's helping like normal, and then they kick it out to the corner. He got beat all night long. And Donovan and Conley and Daniel House, all those guys, they gotta play better. They have to play better on the defensive end.
If things are as bad in Utah as they're being made out to be, and that's I do kind of feel like that's a big if right now. Yo, this thing could be like one more away from like really falling apart. You get one more Jalen Brunson performance, maybe not something like that, but you get one more Dallas win, a collective Dallas win, and all of a sudden you're down 2-1, and now you're hearing all of this stuff about Rudy Gobert and Mike Conley and Donovan Mitchell not playing defense. Man, if the locker room, again, I still think it's a big if the locker room was tense before, man, it got turned up.
Well, I completely agree with you because I fully expect them to win the 2 games in Utah. I mean, they're going home. You're going to be short, and even if Luka comes back, he's not going to be 100%, which he shouldn't play at all this series. But people seem to think he's going to keep trying to fight to get back, which is fair. But Jason Kidd, Mark Cuban, they need to throw themselves in front of Luka's locker and be like, "You're not playing." But regardless of that, Utah should win these next 2 games at home. If there's any scenario where Dallas is able to pull off one of those games, it's a big time problem in that Utah locker room, and it's dead man walking for everybody. Rudy, Quinn, even Royce O'Neal might catch a stray.
Oh my, Royce O'Neal ain't bothered nobody. You know who else isn't really big into this series? The NBA. Game 3 is Thursday. So it's like
they get another NBA TV performance.
They've got another NBA TV performance. Yeah, the NBA is like, let's just get this over with. Like, ain't nobody here for you.
I'm actually into this series a little bit though. I'm into it a little bit.
I mean, that's a loaded night though. That's Grizzlies, Timberwolves to start, Warriors, Nuggets to end. And then you got the dual screen with the Mavericks and the Jazz right there, smack dab in the middle.
Yeah,
stuff right there.
I'm intrigued by this series because there's a lot of implications here for Utah specifically.
For sure, yeah, for sure. Jordan Poole, Jalen Brunson, Tyrese Maxey.
Ooh.
Man, he was the other dude who stepped out there yesterday and did his work with James Harden struggling. Maxey went out there and he continues to, and I don't want to say he's leading the Philadelphia 76ers, but he's out there doing his work for the Philadelphia 76ers. That's for sure.
He is, absolutely. It's, you know what, Damien, between Maxey, between Brunson, between Jordan Poole, I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to you. I'm not going to lie to the people listening. I'm not going to lie to the Chatty House, to Jesse, to Danny in San Francisco, to Jeff and PDX. I'm not going to lie to any of them. Not even going to lie to Big Mike.
It's a good characteristic.
I'm just going to be real. Oh, I got them jealous eyes. Watching these guys. Why can't the Sacramento Kings ever
just in your
find
eyes
somebody like that?
See,
Why? I mean, Jordan Poole was second round selection. I think Maxey was late first round. Jalen Brunson was second round. And these are guys that, all the teams involved, they may lie to you now, but they did not draft these guys thinking they would be some type of cornerstone or some type of future star or future playoff performer. They thought these were good guys that could be good role players of what we're trying to do. And all of a sudden they're dropping 41, 38, 30, 28 in the playoffs. How do they find these guys all the time? And the Kings are just floating around with no disrespect, but Jamias Ramsey.
Well, John Hollinger is really big on Jamias Ramsey.
Justin Jackson. How? Why does this always? Why? I want somebody that I can root for that got it out the mud. I want one. I want a Jordan Poole. I want a Maxey. Why can't I get one?
Well, we had Isaiah Thomas.
You're right. Well, you're 100% correct.
So the point I'm making is, or was attempting to make is, we might have, but because this franchise is so awful and is in a constant state of desperation mode, you don't get the opportunity to see players like Jordan Poole. You don't get the opportunity to see players like Tyrese Maxey or even Jalen Brunson, because you're constantly chasing. Well, you're constantly chasing the Domantas Sabonis. You're trying to go get Rudy Gay. You're trying to do this. You're trying to do a variety of other splashy things, and you obviously, like, we talk about Neemias Queta. We joked about Neemias Queta and his playing time here at the end of the season. We wanted to see if Queta could be that guy. Talking about not 23 or 41. We're talking about, can this dude be the backup center? That's all we're talking about, is can this dude be the backup center for Domantas Sabonis? But we couldn't even get that. We couldn't. This franchise is just in a perpetual state of awfulness that you never get the opportunity to see these guys. Or maybe they're never there. Maybe those caliber of players have never existed in the Kings roster outside Isaiah Thomas, or maybe we just never got a chance to see him.
Seth Curry was here.
He's told he wouldn't. He'd be out of the league.
What a failure!
That's, put it on the tombstone. That's the Kings tombstone right there. What a failure! There have been good players that have worn Kings uniforms and have just been discarded. Isaiah is one of them. There could be a point.
I ain't never getting over. Some people can't ever get over Luka, and understandably so. I ain't never getting over Isaiah Thomas.
Fam, we could be a year away from Seth Curry being that one. Where you look at him. Oh, we really told that dude he wasn't gonna make it in the league, huh? Okay. Okay. Because he's going to be in the league doing his thing for a while.
Yeah.
The circumstances for Isaiah are frustrating and unfortunate, but they are what they are. Seth ain't going nowhere. He's just one of them dudes you're going to be reminded of.
Yeah.
Kings dropped the ball on that one. Hell, Lake Show makes a great point. You talk about Isaiah Thomas. Hell, Mike Malone, another one. James Ham said it yesterday. Vivek Ranadive was right about Mike Malone. He just, whether it was impatience, poor management, trusted the wrong people, whatever it was, it's a long list of people.
Vivek shouldn't listen to anybody.
So you opening up? You can tweet him at IMK Diddy. Please do not tweet the show handle.
Go with your gut, Vivek.
Tweet Kenny only.
Go with your gut.
At IMK Diddy.
Don't listen to nobody.
Leave me out of any of your opinions regarding what Kenny Caraway just said. You're listening to D'Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, an Odyssey station and driven by Lashers, Elk Grove Dodge. But I really feel like that's been the story through these first handful of games, is young players making an impact for their team, young role players making an impact on their team. Like, we thought Jordan Poole would play a big role for the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole appears to be playing a huge role for the Golden State Warriors. Jordan Poole may very well be playing a game-changing role. As to, we talked about ceilings before. What is the ceiling of this Golden State Warrior team? He could be playing a role that changes what that ceiling is.
Yeah. Of those, when we talked about it, we talked about two, but let's go ahead and throw three in there. Of those three, who do you like? Maxey, Poole, or Brunson? If you could take one of those guys and bring him with Sacramento. No, let's just assume they make room for him. Like, because I know it'll be like, oh, we got 5 guards. It's just they move TD and DiVincenzo. Like, it fits perfectly. Just don't worry about that. If you could have one of those three, who would it be? I think mine would be Jordan Poole.
Probably. I was going to say, like, I really like Jalen Brunson, but I feel like there's still a bit of a, you're really riding with potential there. Like, you probably want to see a little bit more from him over a sustained period of time. I think Tyrese Maxey is really good.
Man, Maxey would be a problem.
But in terms of, like, if we do, I hate stuff like this, so sorry. But if we're talking about, like, the highest ceiling, I think it's Jordan Poole.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'm right.
That's a good poll question for YouTube that we'll put up right now.
I think I'm right with Jordan Poole too. He his shooting ability.
Are we a little too caught up in the moment?
No, because he's been balling. I know you know, but he's been balling all year. He's played really well all year. And there's been moments like when Steph went down or Clay before Clay got there where he was doing this during the regular season. And then it got funky because you got to figure out minutes and things of that nature. But he's been doing it. So it's tight. So all three of these guys have been doing it all year. Like obviously Brunson hadn't been scoring 41, but he's been balling throughout the season. The same with Tyrese Maxey.
If you had to like power rank them, is it Poole, Maxey, Brunson?
That's what it would be for me.
Yeah.
That's what it would be for me. Okay. But those three guys, it's good to see them have that moment, man, and have these
it's good for the league.
With these teams. Yeah.
I mean, it's good for us as fans, but it's good, not necessarily Sacramento Kings fans, just as basketball fans. And I think it's good for the league to see young players out there. But I meant when I asked about Jordan Poole, I meant, I said, are we caught up in the moment? Like he's in a good situation, man.
Mm-hmm.
Like you've got the opportunity to succeed with a group of really good players around you with a solid infrastructure, which, by the way, there's the other fault of trying to find these players in the Sacramento Kings is you don't have that solid structure right there that, yeah. I mean, I know it's been murky over the last year, but I'd argue Dallas has been a pretty solid organization. I mean, Rick Carlisle, Donnie Nelson, they were there for a long, long time. They just went through changes, over the last year. Philly, we tell our jokes about, Daryl Morey, but that's an organization that's always trying to win.
Mm-hmm.
And then obviously Golden State.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, that plays a role for sure. Everybody has their ups and downs. Everybody has their scenarios where this instability, I guess, or, change coming up. But for the most part, I mean, these franchises continue to win though. You know what I mean? Anything that may be going on or maybe an issue kind of gets put to the side because they continue to win. They find a way to make it about winning on the basketball court and stay locked in on that. And yeah, it helps with the development. It helps with having guys that are young, like Maxey, Poole, Brunson, come in and buy into something. What is Davion Mitchell buying into?
Yeah, it's a fair question. You better be buying into Davion Mitchell, because brother, that's the only thing that's gonna keep you alive here. You're gonna sink to the bottom if you don't believe in yourself. So that question is up on youtube.com/ESPN1320. Which young player would you want on the Kings? Jordan Poole, Tyrese Maxey, or Jalen Brunson? Before we leave that Philly series, I expected a little bit more out of that series. I know the Scotty Barnes absence is massive. I didn't think it was this massive. But yeah, Toronto just does not look to be. They just don't look to be in the same weight class as Philadelphia.
That situation is, I don't want to say it's just like what I feel with Golden State and Denver, but it's close to it. I want to see how Philly plays in Toronto. I want to see them on the road before, I feel that way that they're out of the weight class. I think Philly's going to win the series regardless. But whether it's going to be a short or long series, I want to see how Philly responds in Toronto, because I think Toronto's going to be ready to go. I think, once again, those others, they're going to step up and play a little better than what they have. And the others in Philadelphia might be a little rattled going into Toronto, going into the 6. So I want to see them on the road. But right now, it's looking like Joel's too much. It's looking like they have no answer for Maxey. I even saw Tobias Harris, who is another guy that is on the list of guys that I'd be targeting.
Oh. Yeah. Or you, again, send your hate tweets to @IMKDiddy. I I like Tobias Harris. I don't know what it is about that name that seems to piss Kings fans off so much. I don't know if it's the money or is that it? It's the money? Okay. Yeah. Like, I'll just friendly reminder, it's not yours. Like, no one's asking you to come out of pocket. Like, if the Kings want to spend their money, like, I've always thought Tobias Harris makes sense. Fit, works. But yeah, that name draws frustration from Kings fans. We could talk more about that. We've talked about young players here who have made an impact in the first couple of games of the season. But let's talk about the big dogs here. What players are we looking forward to play? What players are we watching the closest here in this postseason? We'll dive into that when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
So there's a report out there from Eric Branch saying 49ers Alex Mack has yet to decide if he'll return for his 14th season. Decide. We're a week away from the draft. Make a decision.
Yeah, you know what that is, though, I think. That's a dude who don't want to go to training camp. That's all that is. He's a 14-year vet. He just don't want to go to training camp.
Oh, yeah. What?
I tell you how funny it is that every year, no matter what, Triple H always had this massive WrestleMania entrance, even though he was like always a bad guy. He'd get this big, massive entrance. Like, bro, like that's the thing that I never got. Like, you're a heel. You're not supposed to have this cool entrance. Like, who wants to boo a guy who's got this big throne and he's decked out in gold and he's... I feel like Triple H dumps all wrestling logic when it comes to his own character.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah, good call there, Dr. David. Can y'all hit the thumbs up button? We're just 20 short of triple digits, so let's go and get that in there. Hit the thumbs up, youtube.com/ESPN13. Or what am I doing? You're already watching. Just hit the thumbs up. Y'all are voting. Hit the thumbs up. Let's get to 100 before the break's over. I saw a video of Andre the Giant doing tombstones in the pedigree. Really? I'm gonna need you to tag me in that video. Andre used to move though, like young Andre the Giant used to move. Like he could drop kick, like he
really. That's
crazy. Yeah. Early Andre before Vincent J. McMahon got a hold of him. Like he could move. He would leave his feet. He did a lot of that stuff.
Huh.
I still can't believe you. Troy Kings fan, try that again. I think there's a typo in there, and I'm not sure what you're trying to say. I think you're trying to say I still can't believe you didn't put Andre the Giant on your all. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're doing there. Help me out again.
Oh, the Andre era?
Oh, Andre didn't have an era.
No.
Yeah, of course Hulk Hogan's over Andre. Like, wait a minute. What are we doing? What are we doing? We're not doing that. That's crazy. Like most people know wrestling right now today because of what Hulk Hogan did.
Facts.
Andre the Giant, Hulk Hogan. Okay. Bro. What? Did you believe that storyline when he said that when they were at the press conference at WrestleMania 3 He said, I taught you everything you know, but I didn't teach you everything I know. Come on, man. Stop it. Stop it. Well, Hulk Hogan did take missiles. Hulk Hogan was kind of a snake. Like, don't get it twisted.
Oh, that's for sure. That's for sure.
Oh, man, I'm a CM Punk fan. There's optimism. Luka Doncic will play. I'm going to finish that sentence here live on the radio from my partner. Shams tweets, sources, there's optimism. Dallas Mavericks star Luka Doncic will return for Game 3 or Game 4. That's Thursday or Saturday. The calf strain that Luka Doncic suffered on April 10th is improving, and workouts over the next 2 days could determine comeback timing.
Well, look, man, I hope he's healthy. I hope if he can come back, I hope he does come back. That would be awesome. I would just be nervous. That's all I'm saying.
Oh, I'd be nervous too. Yeah, I'd be nervous. We posted over on YouTube, which young player would you want on the Kings? And right now, Jordan Poole is running away with it. The three options are the players who really shined last night: Jordan Poole, Tyrese Maxey, and Jalen Brunson. 70% of the vote right now going to Jordan Poole. Mark Spears of Anscape going to join us at the top of the 2:00 hour. We'll talk to him about his conversation with DeMarcus Cousins and get his thoughts on that, as well as the NBA playoffs going on right now. So, Casey, we've taken a look at these young players. We've taken a look at the impact that they had at the early part of the season, particularly in last night's game. But when we open up the scope a little bit and say, okay, watching Jordan Poole, obviously that's a big story. That's going to be a lot of fun. But when we open it up to the big boys, if you will, I want to ask you, and I'm going to ask everybody, what three players are you watching the closest this postseason? Before you answer that, let's get our man Mitch in here. 916-349-1320. Mitch in New Jersey. What's happening, buddy?
Damon, Casey, how you guys doing?
Mitch, my main man. What's going on, man?
It's going well. Pretty good. So many new areas in the boonies.
You're in the boonies?
I'd rather deal with dogs than horses and cows. Horses especially scare me. But I'm sure I'm not telling you don't know. Dodgers haven't lost in quite a while. But anyway, Poole is the guy. If he can't get the second pick, don't pass out Banchero. Don't talk yourself out of that pick. And I'll tell you that Memphis is going to rebound. Them, and you got to say your neighbor there, Golden State, they're deep, especially their backcourt. I think they have like 5 guys they could start.
Yes, they do.
Okay, now
they do indeed have 5 guys that can start.
Let's see. Mitch talked about he's afraid of horses. I'm trying to remember everything he talked about.
You don't do that. Your brain will hurt. Don't do it. Just Mitch covers.
Dodgers haven't lost lately. They haven't. They go up 7 in a row.
Yep.
And then see, this is where he said Memphis will rebound.
Memphis is going to bounce back,
and Golden State
has 5 guys that can start.
5 guys that can start. Okay.
Some would say there are 30 teams in the league that have 5 guys that can start, but we can go ahead and lock in on the Golden State Warriors for sure. Always good to hear from Mitch. Always an adventure. 916-349-1320 if you want to get in on the conversation. 3 players you're watching the closest this postseason.
Well, for me, it's probably more so just, my favorite guys, right? And right now, my favorite guys that are in the playoffs is Ant-Man Anthony Edwards, Kyrie, and Giannis.
It took me, like, I didn't notice this because of the technical difficulties to start the show, but you are, in fact, I think, wearing a Kyrie Irving shirt today.
Oh, yeah. Uncle Drew.
Yeah. All right. Yeah, indeed. Kenny showed me, for those who are listening on the radio, like Kenny stood up to show me his shirt. So thank you for that.
Uncle Drew. Yeah. That's Kyrie, that's a bad boy.
He's your number one. Is he your favorite player? Like, is Kyrie to you what Russell Westbrook is to me?
It's him or Giannis. Because Giannis is also easier to root for, so that makes it a little easier than rooting for Kyrie, because Kyrie is such a loose cannon.
You're conflicted when you root for Kyrie. Yeah. You got to deal with a lot when you're a Kyrie Irving fan.
I'll say Kyrie. I don't know if anybody else has this feeling. Kyrie is the guy that makes you want to go hoop more than Giannis. So I see Kyrie play, and I'm like, oh man, the way I need to go work. Let me go work on that move. Like he makes you want to go out and try. And
how much of that is like position and like size?
Like all of it,
because like. None of us go, I'm gonna be Giannis today. Like, no, you're not. Like, no, you're not. There's like Giannis is built like one of one. But you can look at it's the Steph thing to me. Like, I think that's one of Steph's greatest qualities is that Steph like 6 and some change or whatever it is, 6'6'1", whatever it is, and I could be Steph. I could do what Steph does. I could do what Kyrie does. I could do what a guard does. I could do that. I could shoot. I can't fly. I can't, I don't have these go gadget arms that look like they were, chiseled out of stone like Giannis does. But I could do what Steph and Kyrie do.
Giannis is tough to replicate out there, for sure.
Getting from half court to the basket in a step and a half. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to pull that one off.
Yeah, try that. Everybody go to your local park and one dribble from half court. Try.
Count how many strides it takes you to get from half court to the basket versus how many strides it takes Giannis.
Yeah, the Kyrie,
Giannis picks up his dribble at the 3-point line and he's good. Ain't nothing to worry about there. He's at the rim.
He dunks it. But Kyrie makes you dance, the handle, the step back jump shot. It's easier to replicate.
He's a mixtape.
Yeah. Kobe was like that too. Kobe, the way he played on the perimeter was like that. LeBron obviously isn't really like that because he doesn't have a game like that. KD kind of like that. Anthony Edwards is kind of like that. Ja's like that. But people like Ja and Russell Westbrook, I feel like they move too fast to sit up there and be like, I'm gonna go do a John Rustin or Russ in his prime. Like I can't.
It's an explosive. It's a level of explosive-ness that
you hurt yourself trying to do that stuff. So that's a little different. But Kyrie and Anthony Edwards and Giannis, those are the three guys I got my eye on.
Ja does have that violent nature to his game. Like the way he attacks,
it's a little concerning.
That's always been my concern with. Because the other, like Derrick Rose was violent when he played, and unfortunately, we learned, and I think he adjusted like in later years, meaning in like the last 3 or 4, he didn't know any other way. So when he came back from that first injury, he thought, I'm just going to go back to being violent. And his body was like, no, you're not. Oh, you going to try? Okay. Boom. You had another year. You're going to learn. You're going to learn because I'm going to win this battle. That was always my concern with Russ. That's my concern with anybody who plays with that just in, level 10 explosiveness.
Yeah. And, Ja is not as big as Russ was. Ja's a little smaller. So that's a whole nother thing that you worry about with him playing as hard. And I don't want to say reckless, but, just kind of carefree, just all over the place out there. But
that's part. But the difficulty in that too, is, at Ja's age, he's not thinking about that.
Nah.
That's the only way that he knows. Like, he'll have to get pulled aside by like a Chris Paul as he, hey, young fella, this works now. You're going to have to start figuring out ways to adjust your game because, I think Russ still has a level of explosiveness to him, but not for 48 minutes a night. Yeah.
If he chooses it. So,
which I think was part of his struggle.
We love to see that. We love to see that from Ja, that ruthless aggression, so to speak.
There you go. Vince McMahon. I like it.
So, man, it's a joy to watch. It's a joy to watch.
I'm with you on Anthony Edwards. I don't know that he's at the top of my list in terms of the 3 players I want to watch. So Kenny had Anthony Edwards, Kyrie, and Giannis. I got Anthony Edwards too. Like I'm just enamored with him right now. Now I'm gonna go Jason Tatum and Chris Paul for very, very different reasons. I want to see if Jason Tatum can be the guy who leads this team to a conference finals berth. I want to see if he could be the guy who leads this team to an NBA finals berth. I want to see if he could be the guy who gets this team past what's obviously going to be a really difficult opening matchup against the Brooklyn Nets. If he can get past, the Phillies or the Milwaukee's, the Miami Heats, those top teams in the league, if he can get past, if he can get the Boston Celtics past those guys in a playoff setting where you could have to play them 4, 5, 6, 7 times, I want to see if he can go. Because I had, if you recall before the season, throw that hot take out there. Mine was Jason Tatum being in the top of top. I think I had top 5 or top 3 of MVP voting. I expected a lot from him, and I expect a lot from him now that we're in the playoffs. They've been playing sustained. They've been playing great basketball for long enough for this isn't a run.
Right.
This is the Celtics. This isn't a run that they're on. Oh, they're just playing really well. Right? No, this is them. This is them as a team. And now can they hit that next level? And then Chris Paul, can my man stay healthy? Because I look at that. I look at that Phoenix Suns team, man, and I just man, they really just walked back here. Yeah. They just walked it completely back. We ain't nothing. Y'all don't believe in us? All good. We here. We're going to keep moving. We're going to keep doing our thing. We're going to do it at even higher level than we did last year. Starting 5 is insane. And still, Chris Paul is the center of that universe. And I think Suns fans, or even just Chris Paul fans, they're kind of holding their breath because they know it's that time of year where something horribly unfortunate always seems to happen.
Man. And I sure hope he doesn't have to deal with that again this year.
Yeah, right? No, and that's not good for anyone. Nobody wants that.
No,
nobody wants that.
I like those other two that you have too, though. I mean, Tatum is such a joy to watch. I love watching him play. Hate the team that he plays for, but I love watching him play.
Yes. Really you remind us of that regularly.
Sorry, Jesse. But yeah, man, watching him play and seeing him grow. And we kind of forget. I was listening to something the other day, and I know I forget. Maybe not all of us. Still 24 years old, man. Mm-hmm. 24 years old. And that's one of the things that I think about, maybe to bring it back to Sacramento, that we do kind of lose a sense of these guys as young men sometimes. And I think about that a little bit with De'Aaron Fox. I mean, he's not the only one. Other guys have pressure on them, but De'Aaron Fox has the pressure of a franchise in a city on him.
That stinks.
And for him that stinks.
Yeah.
And to figure it out right now, essentially by yourself until Sabonis has gotten here. Mm-hmm. And he's 24, man. He's 24 years old. We're not talking about Harrison Barnes at 29. Hey, figure this out. Mm-hmm. We're talking about a 23, 24-year-old guy who is yo, if you don't get us to the playoffs, we need to get rid of you because you're a bust and you're not that good. It's you lose sight of it sometimes, man. You really do. Like I said, I think about that, and it's amazing what these guys are doing, the Tatums and the Jaws and things like that. Luka, getting these guys, getting their teams and their franchises to, championship contending heights at that age. They're super special for being able to do that. I don't look at it necessarily as a knock that De'Aaron Fox isn't doing that when you put it in that context. You know what I'm saying? 'Cause it's not, Tatum is doing it and you can't do it. Well, you must not be that good. No, maybe Tatum, Luka, they're just super special, Hall of Fame special. Maybe De'Aaron Fox isn't Hall of Fame special. Maybe he's just really, really, really good. That's not a bad thing. You know what I'm saying? It's not a bad thing. He's just really, really good. And he needs a little help. You know what I mean? And yeah, man, I thought about that the other day when I was thinking about Jason Tatum, and somebody brought up how he's 24 years old. And I was like, man, he's really young. So is De'Aaron Fox, really, really young.
And he's got the. They're totally. I mean, I was going to make this as a statement. Maybe I should pose it as a question. Are these two totally different types of pressures? Like you've got the weight of an organization like Sacramento and a fan base who is just so desperate for a turnaround versus the weight of a championship organization who expects a championship.
They're totally different, and I would take Tatum's spot all day long because number one, I've got help. They're never going to leave me on an island, you know, to just kind of figure this out by myself. I'll have Jalen, I'll have Marcus. You know, they go get guys like Al Horford and pros, and they had Kimba before. So, like, I'm always going to have
the franchise is always going to have championship aspirations, so they're going to work with you.
And that those are pressures in itself, but I'll take those pressures over these guys expect me. They expect me to get to the playoffs or to get first round, second round with nothing. You know what I'm saying? With guys that don't even want to be here. That if it don't work, then it's all my fault in some people's eyes. And that almost, like, even though I disagree with how things are handled, or, you know, I say, you know, he didn't play well to start the season, which he didn't, not going back on that. That doesn't mean I can't understand the frustrations that he went through and what other guys have gone through, DeMarcus, when he was here. I understand. I would have handled him differently. I would have hoped, you know, to have been able to handle him differently. But I can understand the level of hopelessness and the frustration. And hell, we joke about it a lot. If he got to the point where he's like, I'm not playing until you fix this. Like, I get it.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have handled it that way. I'm not saying I'm right and he's wrong or nothing like that. I just would have handled, I'm a different personality, but I understand that level of frustration. And I think that's a little tougher to deal with than we have championship aspirations and we keep getting bounced in the second round. Donovan Mitchell.
Yeah, I mean, it's pressure. It's just different types of pressure. And when you look around at those players, you know, Tatum being one, Ja, man, those organizations were all. We think, we don't know. We think the reinforcements just came in for De'Aaron Fox for like the first time. Man, that's like imagine being in Boston. Imagine being Jason Tatum and being drafted where he was drafted, expected to be the guy. And you know, either Jaylen Brown wasn't there or Jaylen Brown didn't pan out. You didn't have Marcus Smart. And you've got the guys that don't want to be there. You got the guys who are vocal about being out, or you've got the missed draft picks there. And you're dealing with that pressure there in Boston. Boy, they call them they call them for your head, just like I guess just like they are for De'Aaron Fox. I guess it's all about winning, man. Winning covers up everything.
Absolutely. I got a question for you. We talked about guys that we're looking forward to seeing. Anthony Edwards, you know, Giannis, Kyrie, Chris Paul, Tatum. I think in the last segment we talked about, you know, Joel and Maxey and Poole and all this other stuff, and Brunson. Have you at any point this in the last 3 days thought about miss LeBron a little bit in these playoffs? I miss Bron. I miss Russ. You know, because these guys have been fixtures in our NBA playoffs for the last 10, 15 years, 15 years. You know, and they're not there.
Honestly, no. I think partly because the run of LeBron being in the NBA finals year after year it ended a while ago, right? Like he missed the playoffs with the Lakers. So we sampled the playoffs without LeBron James there. They got bounced. It was in the first round last year, right? So we went through the bulk of the playoffs without LeBron James. last year. Like it is funny, and I don't remember who I've made the. I don't know where this came from. I think when there are Kings games, my normal morning routine is, as we start to prepare the show, I'll just run the game back, right? I run the Kings game back a second time. But when there's 4 games or 3 games, I'm not running all 3 of them back in the morning. So I've made the horrible mistake of flipping on ESPN in the morning. So I'm hearing things and seeing things that I have steered away from for a really long time. So I don't know if it was someone on ESPN that said this or where I caught it, but it was just like, yeah, LeBron James, Anthony Davis, Russell Westbrook, Paul George, Kawhi Leonard, they all play in Los Angeles, and none of them played this weekend. Yeah. And it didn't bother me because I feel like I feel like there are still stars there.
Yeah.
Like there's a lot of enjoyable stuff to watch right now.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I brought that up and I thought about that because for a long time, I always said, you guys are going to miss LeBron when he's gone. You're going to miss him when he's gone because that's the guy that we talk about it often, Damian, regardless of if you like him, if you don't like him, he invokes emotion. You either want to see him succeed and you're locked into that, or you want to see him fail and you're locked into that. Same thing with Russell Westbrook. And I was like, when those 2 guys are gone, you guys are going to miss them. And I think the NBA is at a place now where they don't miss LeBron. They don't miss Russell Westbrook to the degree of like, oh, the playoffs are boring without him. Like, I don't think anybody's feeling that way about these playoffs. And the one thing that I would wonder is, do they need that type of person that evokes that type of emotion still? And does that player exist right now in the NBA? Off the top of my head, the first person I thought about was Joel Embiid. But I'm not sure if people are that invested in Joel Embiid.
That we would miss him if he wasn't there?
That is like you want to see him win or lose. I think the answer is actually Kyrie Irving. I think that's the person that is, I want to watch his game to see what he's doing. And if he loses, I want to make fun of him, talk about flat earth and all this other stuff. And if he wins, I want to talk about how great he is, the other half is saying.
I disagree. I don't think people care that much about Kyrie. I do think you're right that people either love him or hate him. But because it's especially, and I don't remember the numbers off the top of my head, but I know we went over them over the last 3 years. He's just not really around. Like he had, he made the decisions he made this year, which was caused him to only play a handful of games, or you know what I mean, more than a handful. But he didn't play an entire season. I don't even think he played half a season. Mm-hmm. And you've had injuries, you've had bubbles, you've had all of these different things where it feels like Kyrie's kind of been absent from the conversation.
Yeah.
Maybe Chris Paul. I don't know that. Outside of, wondering if outside of either rooting for or rooting against, because I know a lot of people don't like Chris Paul, like rooting for him to get it or against him getting his first ring. I'm not sure that there's anyone else there. I don't know that level of investment is there for JoJo yet.
No, I don't think so either. Here's one thing that I did see.
Maybe it should be.
Kind of goes. I'm not saying it completely proves my point at all because there's a couple different factors. It's a nuanced thing, but NBA media put out something. You probably saw it too. NBA delivers most viewed opening playoff weekend in more than a decade. That Nets Celtics game on Easter Sunday on ABC averaged 6.9 million viewers, peaked at 9.8 million viewers. It was the most viewed first round game since 2016. And I say there's, it's nuanced because that's not like I could say, well, Kyrie Irving moves the needle, but I think he's just part of the equation, right? Like Boston has something to do with it. KD has something to do with it. Easter Sunday probably has something to do with it as well. But I mean, it's pretty big. We're talking 6 years? Most viewed first round game in 6 years. And then the opening weekend of the playoffs across all the networks averaged 0.05 million viewers, most viewed opening playoff weekend since 2011. That's a long time ago.
That's an interesting name we didn't mention, though. Kevin Durant?
Kevin Durant has kind of been gone himself.
I was trying, and he also doesn't, like, one of the things about LeBron is always out there, right?
Mm-hmm.
Kevin Durant's not. Like, Kevin Durant is not out there in the same way that LeBron James is.
Yeah.
Chris Paul is more of an investment, like a longevity investment for basketball fans. That's a great question. I don't know that player is there. I think if I had to vote, if you forced me to pick someone, I think I would say Chris Paul.
And I also think it'll ramp up as the playoffs go along.
Sure.
As far as like being laser focused in on somebody.
Sure.
And they're winning or losing.
We'll come back. There's plenty more to talk about. We've got a little programming change that we'll update you on. It's D'Lo and KC here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I need to take a peek downstairs really quick.
Mm-hmm. I think that has something to do with it. Jesse asked me, was the NBA lacking a rivalry before, and that had something to do with it. Nah. Nobody even knows Atlanta exists for the most part. Trying to think of what the rivalry was. They didn't really have one. It was, Cavs Warriors was monumental. We talk about eras. That Cavs Warrior rivalry is an era. Lakers Clippers almost got there. You know, LeBron versus the Warriors, that's an era in itself. But I mean, all these things that I'm talking about, they haven't happened in 3 years or so. They didn't happen in last year's playoffs either. So I think that's one reason why that playing game was so big, because it was LeBron versus the Warriors again. So they hadn't really had that lately.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. The James Harden one.
Yeah, Harden is one.
Yeah. I was thinking that too, Warren, to be honest. Like, is Steph the guy you lock into? Stretch this run out a little bit further for that team. Netflix preps bigger password sharing crackdown. Screw you guys. Yeah. Man, when Daniel Bryan beat, Triple H, and then that main event at WrestleMania 30 that's such a great crowd reaction.
I saw that the other day. They went crazy.
Yeah.
That was like
yes, movement was something.
When they counted to 3 and they went to the crowd, that was almost like I hope you understand what I'm saying. That was like a sporting events crowd.
Yeah.
Like, it wasn't just, it's like usually in wrestling, it's just hands up. Yeah. They won, and you hear the noise. They were like pumping fists and jumping up and down and going crazy when Daniel Bryan won.
I was reading a story this morning and genuinely curious. They lifted mask mandates on airlines. If you got on a plane tomorrow, would you wear a mask?
Yeah, I would. I mean, I'm not gonna lie to you. I don't know if I'd have it on the entire time or anything like that, but I'm just it's in my head.
I always thought planes were gross to begin with, because you're just breathing recycled air. So if I can get away with just rocking a mask and people just think I'm a COVID nut, like hey, that's cool with that. Think whatever you want, because I'm flying next month, and I'm like, man, I might go ahead and throw that joint on for an hour for that trip down to Southern California.
Yeah, it's completely in my head.
I don't think so either. I mean, and really, like that's that's what it, like it comes down. Like I'm talking about the plane. Like I think planes are just awful. So if I can avoid anything there, man, I might ride with it. Yeah, it's not my favorite thing. Where are you going, Marcus? 5-hour flight. I got one in August. Quick little programming note. Sorry, I was thinking if we bring that question, we'll just let that question stay to the commercial break. I was just curious. I was just reading this morning. I just asked the question to the Chatty House over on Twitch, YouTube, and Facebook. Mark Spears can't be with us today. He was going to join us coming up at 2:00. He's going to hop on Thursday. So we'll just find something totally different to talk to Mark Spears about. We were going to ask him, obviously, about the DeMarcus Cousins interview that he had yesterday. And I thought we had a nice little segue into our conversation with him, but we'll talk to Mark on Thursday at 2:00. He'll be with us. So
always like to talk to Mark in general.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll focus on the NBA playoffs and all of that good stuff. But he was scheduled for 2:00 today. He'll be with us on Thursday. Did have this idea. Shout out to Kenny Caraway for his work this morning, throwing in that question about Colin Kaepernick.
About to rent a suite.
We're not renting a suite, Kenny. We're not doing that. By the way, I believe we can get one. Just Kenny's sweet idea. And for what game? Like, what are we talking about?
I don't know. I would think playoffs, but it might never happen.
Well, that's very true. It may never happen. Your Tesla truck that you paid $100 for will be here first. I listened to the I Am Athlete podcast with Cap and Chad Johnson. Or Ocho Singh. I don't know what his name is. I don't mean to be disrespectful.
Johnson,
I think so too, but
they kind of tricked me.
And then Brandon Marshall. It was interesting. It wasn't deep.
No,
it was surface stuff. It was like it was football players sitting around and talking. But it was interesting to hear him talk for the first time, and I appreciate Brandon. I think it was Brandon Marshall who just asked the question because there's. I gotta do this too.
Mm-hmm.
I told you I've made the frustrating mistake of putting ESPN on in the morning, and normally that time is around the time of First Take, and I know how much love that you have for Stephen A. Smith.
Yeah, I like Stephen A.
But listening to Stephen A. close First Take with what I'm sure he thought was this big mic drop take on Colin Kaepernick was nauseating because the crux of this controversy, if you will, regarding Colin Kaepernick, is it's centered around misinformation. Like people took this stance of kneeling during the national anthem and the reasons that he was doing it and spread a bunch of misinformation about it. Despite the fact, and I'll repeat this till the end of time, every narrative that was thrown out there regarding why he was doing it was answered in day one when he stood in front of his locker for 18 minutes and answered everybody's questions. Every narrative was debunked right there about why he was doing it and who he was doing it for. But time has moved on. Other things have happened. And when I heard Stephen A. Smith, trying to straddle both sides by talking about how Colin Kaepernick was blackballed and talking about how Colin Kaepernick knows he was blackballed, talking about how everybody knows that he was blackballed. But then saying that with the help of Jay-Z, the NFL did him a favor and put together a workout for him to go in front of all of these coaches and scouts and he made the decision not to show up, I sat there dumbfounded. Like, because we're doing it again.
Mm-hmm.
We have to get off of this old misinformation because it's been debunked so long ago. Now we're starting a new narrative. Jay-Z helped with this? Jay-Z said this isn't about Colin Kaepernick. He said that with Roger Goodell by his side. He said this isn't about Colin Kaepernick. He said we're past kneeling. Those were Jay-Z's words. But now that we're a few years removed from that, Stephen A. Smith sits on national television and says, Jay-Z helped you get a workout with the NFL? A sham of a workout that everybody knew the second it was announced it was fake. Stephen A., that was disgraceful. It's one thing to be loud and boisterous and have your takes, but fam, you're full of garbage. That is a flat out lie. Right. And shout out to Brandon Marshall, who at the first question said, do you want to play football? Because how many times have you heard? Dan Patrick repeated this for years. I don't even know if Colin Kaepernick wants to play football. He wants to be an activist. Brandon Marshall, first question out the gate. Do you want to play football? Yeah. Been working out for 5 years because I still believe I can play football.
Right. Yeah. I thought and what you said about Stephen A. Smith, very disappointed in him for continuing to push that rhetoric for whatever reason. I'm not sure why he keeps going there. If he thinks he's being fair, like you said, playing both sides. I don't know, but it doesn't matter when it's not true. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you keep putting that out there when it's not even accurate information. But I thought Brandon Marshall and all those guys, they answered everything that people have been trying to use against them or say about debunking the fact that he doesn't want to play anymore, or, you know, he's just doing this for show or whatever. Like he said, he's been going out there voluntarily for the last 5 years. For what? For no other reason but to play. So he's ready to play. So he's ready to compete. And like you said, Brandon Marshall asked a great question. He had a follow-up when he talked about they did a little role-playing situation where he said, I'm a NFL owner. And he asked a great question about, we know what this is. I don't want a distraction in my locker room. How can I know that you won't be a distraction? How can I, talk about that? And Cap talked about, how his teammates have never looked at him as a distraction and some of the accolades he's got. And then they did a great job when he said, how do I know you're not bad for business?
He had receipts.
Laid it out where, no, I'm actually good for business. If you want to go there, I'm actually good for business. Everywhere I go, where I do business ends up being good. So I thought it was quick. No, I'm not saying they did anything wrong. I thought it was a 50-minute interview. It was 5 minutes.
Yeah.
They tricked me. But
they should have called it a little soundbite with Colin Kaepernick. That's about what it was.
Yeah. But
because I remember my first thought was when that tweet or when that alert popped up, like, wow, Cap's first major interview was with Chad Johnson? Like, not Oprah, not Trevor Noah, but Chad. Okay, all right. No, it was just it was a little post-workout soundbite, and of course, Chad Johnson praising the way that Colin Kaepernick throws the ball. Now, don't misconstrue any of this. You may feel differently. I don't. Colin Kaepernick's never playing in the NFL again.
I don't think so either. I don't think so. I keep asking the question. I'm gonna keep asking.
Never happened.
You know what I'm saying? But I agree with you. I'd be floored if we saw him on an NFL roster again.
I'd be floored if we saw him on an NFL field again. Like unless your boy Harbaugh is coming back and inviting him to stand on the sideline with the team that he coaches, because I don't think he has that ally in the league.
Right.
Pete Carroll talking about, we met with him. This was 5 years ago. He's a starting quarterback, and we've got a starting quarterback. You don't now. You ain't got a starting quarterback now. You talk to Cap.
Literally, the starter.
And here's the NFL isn't even giving this lip service. the further we get away from Colin Kaepernick being in the league, the more they can rely on, he hasn't played professional football in 5 years. Yeah, not really what we're looking for. Oh, we're looking for something else. Like now we're so far away from it, you could shape it into anything.
Mm-hmm.
See, again, stupidity. Shout out to Michael Gary for being the first dumb one in here. Why didn't he play in the XFL or the USFL? Because he's an NFL quarterback, Michael. That's why. Nobody asked Aaron Rodgers to go play in the XFL or the USFL. He's an NFL quarterback. He was one play call away from winning a Super Bowl. But you want him to go play in the XFL? Get out of here, man. That's stupid.
You think Baker Mayfield going to go play in the XFL? You think Jimmy Garoppolo going to go play in the XFL?
No.
Come on, man.
And no.
Come on. He's training to be back in the NFL, not to just play football on any type of level. He's trying to be in the NFL because that's where he was. So he's not interested in playing the XFL, and he shouldn't have to play in the XFL or USFL to prove that he wants to play football. He's trying to play in the NFL, period. Somebody give him a shot.
Nobody's asking Taysom Hill to go throw some balls for Dwayne and Danny in the XFL. And anything.
Taysom Hill, he's a sorry quarterback.
We always
he's I'll just say it. He's a sorry quarterback. That doesn't mean he doesn't do good things on the field, but he's a sorry quarterback. And nobody is talking about, like you just mentioned, he should go being a quarterback in the XFL or the USFL.
Shout out to Michael Gary, who stumbled in from the If You Don't Like That podcast, who says acting like Nike sales means he won't piss off half the country. You reaching, bro. $6 billion, fam. That was the difference, Michael. $6 billion. And this whole piss off half the country is absolutely fantastic to me, because here's what everyone who says, I ain't watching football again, throw them son of a bitches off the field. Everybody remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. How many left? None.
NFL fine.
Y'all grandstand. That's what y'all do. You grandstand about, I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that. No, you're not. You're going to plop your ass down on your couch with your Budweiser and your chips, and you're going to watch football.
Mm-hmm.
Well, God damn it, if these guys don't stand for the flag, I'm going to do it. No, you're not. Shut up. Social media has made y'all stupid brave. Y'all ain't going to do it. You're going to sit down. You're going to put a jersey of another grown-ass man on your back, and you're going to go cheer your favorite football team. Then you're going to go to social media about how you're not doing this no more. Yes, you are. Literally, no one left. You talk about ratings being down. They're making this big deal about ratings over the last few years. NFL ratings were down in 2020 and 2021. The further we get away from this kneeling stuff, word. You know what else? You know what other ratings were down in 2020 and 2021? All of them. Everything.
Mm-hmm.
Did nobody want to watch empty arena football, empty arena basketball? Nobody wanted to watch that. Nobody wanted to watch virtual drafts.
Right.
Nobody wanted to see that. Everybody was streaming Netflix for 6 freaking months.
That's fact.
Man, Colin Kaepernick brings out the absolute stupidest people. Good God, man.
They
unbelievable.
They type or say or do whatever without thinking.
It's just insane to me. It will never not. And the best part is, in 10 years, the narrative is going to change, and we're going to start talking about, and people hate this, but it doesn't bother me a bit. Y'all going to start looking at Colin Kaepernick the same way you looked at Muhammad Ali.
Oh, for sure.
See, you can't think like that right now because you didn't live back then when Muhammad Ali was the most hated professional athlete on the planet. Oh, the narrative is going to change because Cap was right. It's been proved Cap was right. I know we forget. I know because of the COVID-19, we forget that the summer of 2020 happened. Remember, that was the very brief period in America where Black Lives mattered. Remember that? Oh, what a wild time that was.
It was trendy to have all that. That was the wave. Everybody wanted to ride that wave.
Oh, man, we was all about black people not getting. We was all about it. Yeah, it was something special, man. I'm going to tell my fictitious kids about the summer of 2020. Oh, Black Lives mattered for, man, it was a solid 6 weeks, guys. It was something. It was something. Lasted as long as Cross Colors did. It was wild. So the plan was to segue from Cap into Mark Spears and then head over to Boogie. But Mark Spears is going to join us here in a couple of days. You're listening to D-Lo and Casey on ESPN 1320 KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Spent a lot of time talking about star power in the NBA these first couple of hours here of the show. Young rising stars like Jordan Poole, Tyrese Maxey, Jalen Brunson, and on to the established stars and guys we're looking at, man. And I really do think, man, and I don't know, I have just fallen for Anthony Edwards. Like, I really think that dude could be he could be the next face of the league. Like, he reminds me a lot of Joel in that Joel was, he was kind of gifted on the microphone. Like, he still is. Like, he's funny. Like, he's a soundbite. Anthony Edwards is a soundbite.
Yeah.
And he has, and I always think it's harder for centers to get that same level of attention, but Joel was able to do it. Man, I think Anthony Edwards he's next.
The guy's got the total package when you talk about, what he can do on the court, but also he has an aura around him he's just cool. He's just a cool dude. He's got as we like to say, he's got a mouthpiece on him, so he can talk, and he's engaging. He's funny. He's charismatic when he speaks. I seen him the other day walking into the arena with just the AE chain on, and he's got that aspect.
Wasn't like Zion's chain though.
No, wasn't like Zion's chain. No, not at all. But maybe it's just me, but Anthony Edwards' chain looked cooler than Zion's chain.
Oh, I liked Anthony Edwards too.
It's just like, it's just, I'm AE. I'm just walking in. Like Zion, when you watch Zion walk, he don't walk cool. He don't carry himself cool. Kind of lumbers a little bit, goes side to side, has his own walk to him. Now he's got his own level of charisma to him when he's out there on the court. But Anthony Edwards, like, he just walks like, that's the guy right there. That's the guy. And I went on this whole diatribe about Jason Tatum and De'Aaron Fox and Luka Doncic, and I talk about, how they've got so much on their plate and everything that they're able to do when they're 23, 24 years old. I kept saying it yesterday. Anthony Edwards only 20. He only 20.
There was a moment he was at the free throw line the other day. He looks 20. Like Anthony Edwards, like he's obviously a big freak. Like he has freakish athletic ability. He looks like a kid.
Yeah.
Like he absolutely looks like a kid.
Yeah. He looked like a 20-year-old, man. So, he's got it. He's got it for sure. And he's not the only one, but there's something different about Anthony Edwards, man, for sure.
916-349-1320. Let's get to Billy. Billy, we appreciate you holding, man. What's on your mind?
Well, thanks for taking my call, gents. I wanted you talking about young talent, and I couldn't help but think about the Kings. Could you maybe talk about a little bit about NBA scouting and how much NBA ball clubs spend on scouting and what the process is? Because I got a feeling the Kings, that's just a little pinch in their pocket to them. Whereas you got these other teams, how do they find these great players that are just dominating the NBA?
Yeah, well, I think part of that, Billy, is scouting departments are tied to front offices and coaching staffs. And when there's so much turnover in front offices and coaching staffs, there's going to be turnover.
No, these guys, they're not right. They're not right in the chatty house.
Okay. Well, there's turnover in the scouting department. So like like Billy, like the rest of the Sacramento Kings, there ain't no stability.
Right. And the thing about it, like to your point, when you have Jordan Poole, for instance, with the Warriors, well, they were able to zero in on Jordan Poole and a guy like Jordan Poole because they know how they like to play basketball. They know what type of characteristics and strengths that they're looking for in a basketball player, so they can zero in on somebody like Jordan Poole. You know, same thing with Daryl Morey and Tyrese Maxey. You know, and I don't know for sure, but I'm sure Dallas had the same thoughts when they had Brunson in. But I know for sure the Warriors were able to zero in on Jordan Poole because like this is the type of guy we're looking for in a guard. They're not just randomly getting a guard because you know he's a talented basketball player. They're looking for guys that specifically fit their style of play and the culture that they have in that organization. And I think that has a lot to do with those scouts having a direction themselves. Like
they're not getting lucky.
Yeah, no.
We're longing for, you know, why can't you said this earlier? Why can't we get a guy like that? Yeah, like these guys, these organizations, they're not getting lucky. These guys are getting an opportunity to play for them, but they're scouted, they're fits, they work. There's a reason they were selected here. And your original assessment, I think, was spot on. They didn't think this was the top of what they hoped for, but they knew, if we do this right, we could have a guy who could step in if Steph's out, to stick with the Jordan Poole example.
Yeah. So part of that with Sacramento is they don't have a direction. They don't have an identity as an organization. And, you know, it goes from the front office all the way down to the coach. Like they don't even have a coach right now. But if Monty were to say, all right, let's get with our coach to figure out what style we want to play. Well, we don't have one. We don't have a coach.
Billy wants to know about the Kings scouting department. Billy, we're trying to find a head coach here, buddy. we ain't even got we just can't get the basics right.
Yeah. So I don't know about the scouting department, to be honest with you. Like, I really don't know. I don't know how much they put into it, but they could put $1 trillion into it. If there's no direction in what they're doing, it's not really going to matter. Because finding players, I don't think is necessarily the hard thing. Finding players that fit with what you want to do is a little harder. And if you don't have any direction about what you want to do, now you're just out here aimlessly.
It wasn't the Kings scouting department that led them to take Marvin Bagley over Luka Doncic. It wasn't the scouting department that allowed them to select bust after bust after bust after bust after bust after bust in the first round of the NBA draft. Those were general managers. Those were, in one famous case, perhaps an owner. And those were organization and direction decisions. And they all failed. I don't even know who was in the Kings scouting department. Just imagine Vlade watching a VHS tape.
I'm trying to think if I know anybody off the top of my head right now. I don't. Because he said, used to be a part of the Kings scouting department.
He said scouting, and for some reason, I immediately started thinking player development, and I was thinking like Rico and Lindsay. I was like, oh no, wait a minute. He said scouting. Oh, that's not what they do.
Yeah.
I know coaches do, but this again, Luke, Alvin. I mean, we obviously Luke, Alvin are the obvious one. Igor Kokoskov was here too, and he bolted after a year. Right. Like coaches are often a part of scouting and in different things like that. It's got to get it right at the top, man. It's kind of what it boils down to.
It comes down to that's the bottom line of the whole thing, and part of getting it right at the top is making sure that we keep talking about you have a direction, you have something that you're trying to have uniformity with, right? Like we may not always agree on everything, but we agree on how we play basketball or what type of guys we want on this roster and et cetera. You know what I mean? If we're coming here and some people like Jordan Poole, some people like Tyrese Maxey, like that happens. But we never the batch of guys that we put in there as far as like guys that we would like to have on this team, that's something that we can agree on. The type of guys is something that we can agree on. And I don't think they even have that.
Nope. Not here in Sacramento. But you hope that that's a part of this change. You hope that Monty McNair is starting to shape this roster. Now you hope that Monty McNair starts to shape this coaching staff, and all of these units, whether it's scouting or developing or coaching or front office or the actual players, that they all work in synergy together. We'll come back. Lots more to talk about, including Kenny's San Francisco Giants picking up right where they left off. We'll talk about that. Plus, you want to get in on these phone lines, 916-349-1320. And Kenny's keeping me in suspense over something. He threw something into the rundown here that I honestly don't know what it is. And he wouldn't tell. You've got
right now, man. It's crazy.
You've got my antennas up.
I'm just picking up.
Good old JR would say, we'll pay this off here when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
13th round. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Carroll. You already know what it is, man. Big ups to my people over at Meister Watches, Ryan and the whole crew and the whole fam. And, man, yesterday, being the 13th round, I talked about how I believe Errol Spence Jr., the truth. I think he's the best fighter in the world. Now, when you talk about #1, you could have Canelo there. Fine. I have no issues with anybody saying Canelo's #1. You could have Terrence Crawford there. I have no issues with that. Those guys are great. Hell, some people might even have Tyson Fury there. Anyway, now you need to calm down a little bit if you got him at #1. But I think it's Errol Spence Jr. I'm going to tell you why. And I'm going to tell you why I give him the nod over Canelo. I don't really get into all the resume stuff or anything like that, but a lot of people like to have that talk. So if we're going to have that talk, let's have it. Errol Spence Jr., in my opinion, has faced his peers at a high level numerous times in numerous different situations. You go down the list, you talk about Akel Brook going over to England to go get that belt, going into enemy territory in a hostile environment, 20,000 people in a stadium to go get that belt. He went and did that. He faced somebody like Mikey Garcia, who challenged him. He took the challenge. He beat him down. Mikey Garcia was the top 10 pound-for-pound fighter when he fought him. Sean Porter, he handled him. Once again, one of his peers that was a champion in his weight class, took them down. Same thing with Eudenis Ugas. Same thing with Danny Garcia. He's proven time and time again that in his peer group, he's the top of the line. You can't say the same for Canelo. When was the last time Canelo Alvarez faced a peer guy in his group that was on his level or in his weight class, was neck and neck with him, fighting for champions, things of that nature? Nobody cared about Billy Joe Saunders. Nobody cared about Caleb Smith. He went to a division that was weak and had a lot of guys that weren't good enough to be on his level. And he did what he had to do to be an undisputed champion in that division. But that doesn't make you the best fighter in the world when somebody else is doing the same exact thing in a better division. And that's why I give Errol Spence the #1 nod. That's the 13th round. There's guys there for him to fight that he won't fight. Andre, Charlo, and Benavidez. As B-ball? Okay, that's all I'm saying. Benavidez is the one don't nobody want to fight. That's the one. Spence, Canelo, and Crawford in some form or fashion. If anybody, I think me and like 2 other people are the only ones that have Spence at #1. Everybody else has like Canelo or Bud Crawford at #1. And that's fine. Those guys are great. That's perfectly fine.
We got to talk about this weekend when we sign off.
Okay. Yeah.
And I think we were talking about this during one of the commercial breaks. There was an alert like Netflix is going to crack down on password sharing. I see this tweet that says Netflix has lost 200,000 subscribers in Q1 and expects to lose another 2 million in quarter number 2. Man, I don't even seem to be fazed by it. Yeah, we're dropping 2 million. We're dropping 2 million subscribers. Ain't nothing but a thing. Like we raised the prices by $5, so we can handle the loss in subscribers. Goodness gracious.
Netflix is. I marvel at the people who, because I'm just like obviously nowhere near there. At the people who are like, yeah, I've ran out of things to watch on my Netflix. Really? I can't imagine being at that point.
You know what, man? Like, I feel like half of like over the top apps, OTT apps, is just like looking for something. Do you know how long it takes me to find something new to watch before I'm like, dude, just forget it. Put on the basketball episode of The Office. Like, just forget it.
Which was 17 years ago today.
It was.
Yeah.
It's a shame only 2 of us have seen it. It's literally like the next episode. It's like the next episode that you have.
Why were they playing basketball in a warehouse?
Well, that's what you gotta watch. Kenny. So, okay, what happens first? Kenny sees the basketball episode of The Office, or the Kings make the playoffs. Kenny will see the basketball episode first. What happens first? Kenny finishes The Office.
Oh, the Kings make the playoffs.
Or the Kings make the playoffs. That's the question.
I said, look, I hadn't even been watching Tommy. The only thing I'm up to date on is Winning Time. That's it. I'm like 5 episodes back on Tommy.
I'm reading more and more about Winning Time. It's really pissing people off.
Oh, it is.
Like, you pissed off Kareem. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
Like, and Kareem's not even portrayed that bad, but he really took exception to the scene with the kids. No. Oh, he didn't like the Jerry West thing either. Yeah, he didn't like the Jerry West stuff either. But he's like, yo, that has ramifications. Like, you're just out here, like, you're out here trying to make people laugh, like using mind. I'm sorry, I laughed. Like, that scene was funny.
It's funny, and I look at everything that goes on Winning Time as a TV show. So and that's how I don't think Jerry West is like really crazy. I don't think Kareem is really that mean. Like, they used his name and likeness, but I feel like I can separate the two. But I do understand, like, it's not my name being used. You know, like, there's not. Like, I get why they're upset. I do.
It's not like there's a bumbling idiot running a paper company named Michael Scott, who that character was based off of. Like, that's Kareem Abdul-Jabbar.
Yeah. No, I get why they're upset. Like I said, it's not my name being used, so I can look at it like, it's not a big deal. Mm-hmm. Like, no, this is my name, my life, and while not to, act like I'm holier than thou, but why I can separate this show from who I believe these people really are. Some people might not do that. Some people may look at Jerry West and like, that's exactly how he is. Or I saw it on Winning Time. That's exactly how Kareem was. And yeah, I get why they're sensitive to that. And they should be.
I think they also know, like, society is at the point where if we won't research a 220 character tweet that we just read, he sure as hell ain't gonna research a 60-minute show we just watched to find it. Like, no one's Google. No, No one's Googling, does Jerry West really know the Kama Sutra like that? was Jerry West really like rocking out like that back in the 80s? Like, ain't nobody worried about that. Like, I don't know. I get it. I try to enjoy it as a fictitious television show with some semblance of reality, real events to them. And I know a lot of that stuff like that. We talked about the Larry Bird in the last episode. There's enough truth to it that you can go, damn, was it really like that?
Mm-hmm.
My guess is that was an embellished version of what we all hear about Larry Bird.
Right. And that's so like that's where I'm at with the show, because I said, oh, this is what they're doing. Like they're taking maybe semblance of somebody's character and they're turning it all the way up to 50. That's not really what happened. Right. Yeah. But Jerry West is frustrated, for losing all those years in the NBA finals. So we're going to turn it all the way up where he just tears his office up, you know what I mean? And I can decipher that and be like, okay, it's not really what he did, but it's kind of a microcosm of the frustrations, and it embodied some of the frustrations that he had. He wasn't always like that, or it might have never been like that, but he was frustrated a lot of times. But
I also wonder if they had left Jerry alone, or maybe portrayed Jerry like as close to accurately as they could have gotten away with everybody else. It feels like the thing that people are really upset about is Jerry West.
Yeah. And the crazy thing about it, like, I don't know. I guess I just view the show a little different. I don't even think Jerry's that bad. Like, it was a shock. And the one scene didn't need to be in there.
It really didn't.
There was no need.
The opening of episode 2 did not need to be in there. There was no reason for it.
But Jerry, I see his genius in that show. Like I said numerous times, whatever frustrations or roadblocks that he may have initially, he always finds a way to look past it to do what's right. Do like what needs to be done to win. He didn't want McKinney, but at first, and then he looked at, he's like, and this dude McKinney, he's kind of a genius. Like, he's kind of a genius. I think this is your guy.
Yeah.
And I look at it that way. But once again, it's not my name. So I completely understand why they're upset.
I mean, most of what's on TV isn't. I'll say it. There's a lot of The Last Dance that wasn't real either. There's a lot of stuff in it that was what that should have been called is Michael Jordan's version of The Last Dance. And I ain't trying to rep for Scottie Pippen here, but there's a lot that was seen through the eyes of Michael Jordan in that documentary. Like, it's whether it's a 30 for 30 or it's a series like Winning Time, it's all done for the same purpose. It's done for the same exact purpose as Abbott Elementary and The Office. It's done for our entertainment. It's done so that we'll watch it. That's all it is. Yeah. And that's what you have to take it for. Winning Time is entertainment. The Last Dance was entertainment. That's all it is.
The only thing real in life is wrestling.
Facts. I'm looking at John Cena versus Bray Wyatt right here, and it's good to see Luke Harper in the ring and Eric Rowan wearing that goat mask. So, it's weird. Like, I don't know what it like. Wrestling has always been comforting to me. That's why I play it in the background. Like it's just running on this Apple TV, and I pick some random show and play it, and it's always been comforting to me. I think that's because I spent so much time watching. This is probably like Red Table Talk. I spent so much time watching it when I was younger. Like when my mom would be at work or my sister, it would be just me.
It's nostalgic almost.
It'd be me and Hulk Hogan, right? It would just be me and whatever wrestling show was on, and it's
almost nostalgic. It takes you back to a different time, to a simpler time, to a calming time. It's almost like I tell you what happens with music and old music, like the sounds of the music, the sounds of the instruments and things of that nature. They give you waves of a different time.
Waves of a different time. I like that. I haven't been listening to a lot of music. I used to. I started developing a Friday ritual where it's just kind of what I do when the show ends. I would go downstairs and I'd pull up some music and I would run it through the speakers, throughout the whole house. I would do whatever work needed to be done, pour that drink, cook dinner, do that whole thing every Friday. That's what I would do. I haven't done it since Smoothie got sick, and I don't know what I was thinking about that like a couple of days ago. Like, how come I don't do that anymore? And I don't know what the reason is. Maybe I don't. Maybe I need those soothing sounds. Maybe I need those waves. Maybe I need to bring that music back into my life.
My music watching has plummeted since I've worked from home. I don't really listen to music at home. Like, it would usually be like a car situation, and I don't. If I'm listening to something at the house, it's usually some type of podcast.
Yeah.
So I don't really.
Well, good news, buddy.
I'm gonna be listening to Kendrick Lamar's album all the time.
You gonna be able to listen to all the new albums before you get into work on Fridays. You go. Hey, did you listen to the double disc from so and so? Like, what do you mean? That just dropped like an hour ago. Oh yeah, no, I got the whole thing on the way.
Yeah, you'll be ready to go. And then when I do work out, oh, mind you, even after the tumble last night, I meant to tweet you. Woke up this morning. Woke up early this morning. Got in that garage.
Is that when you fell down the stairs?
No, that was last night. That was last night. This morning I woke up, didn't press snooze, got in that garage this morning. I say that to say that would be the other time when I would listen to music, but I want to listen to nothing I never heard of.
That's right. Yep. That's facts. Like the highest level of like the ultimate penthouse hall of fame in terms of my music listening is training. Because I don't want to listen. Like, I don't want to listen to new stuff while I'm training. Like, it's a very specific type of music based on what I'm doing.
Absolutely. So this morning it was Nipsey's Essentials. Nipsey got me through this morning.
Okay. What time did you go to bed? Real talk, because I had a rough wake up call, and I'm wondering if I woke up before you went to bed.
Midnight.
Oh,
when I know I'm getting up,
slowing down. Yeah, that used to be an early night for you.
Yeah, because I don't get up every morning to work out. There's right now it's about 3 days a week.
Okay.
So when I know I'm getting up, I try to be in bed by midnight.
Okay.
Give me a good 6 hours.
916-349-1320. Let's get in Pablo here. Pablo's sick of our nonsense. He wants to get us back on track. What's happening, Pablo?
Hey, what up, guys? It's been a minute.
Good to hear from you, my man.
Yeah. How y'all doing? Now that the season's over, I thought I'd just have the conversation about free agents. And, it's to me, it's kind of slim pickings. But I went over the list of 2022 free agents. I just want you to know what you think. Probably not. I got about 10 names here that I'll throw at you. All right?
Okay.
Ready?
Yeah, we're ready.
Yeah, I got Derek Jones Jr., Kyle Anderson, P.J. Tucker, Hamidou Diallo, Jalen Smith, Bruce Brown, Lonnie Walker, Markeith Morris, and a few more. I got Bruno Fernandez, Nas Reed, Cody or Caleb, flip them, take your pick, Luka Garza, and Lance Stevenson, of all people. We could have had him off the rack, but anyway. So
okay. All right,
Malik
Pablo.
Monk.
We appreciate you. Pass. Is that a thing? Am I allowed to pass?
What?
I just don't like I don't like this year's free agency class.
I was about to say, like, these are all free agents. These are all guys that could help.
No, they're all fun. Like, but what do you do with it? Oh, go give me Bruno Fernandez. He's really going to change things for us. Like, what do we? I don't know. Like, no. I feel like I need to see. Let's run with what you were talking about earlier. I need to see what the identity of this team is. Like, what's the core piece that you're going to add? What are you trying to establish with this group? Then you can take a look at that tier of free agents and go, okay, he works here. He fits. He fits what we're trying to do. He plays the style of play that we want on both sides of the floor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Or that we want to play, that we want to.
Right. Sorry, my bad.
Because we don't have that.
We hope to play, right.
Yeah, we don't have that yet. But, you can get a guy that can fit into what you're trying to do moving forward. But those guys, those guys aren't going to be, I don't want to say game changers, because they can help change what you're doing, but they're not your core piece, right? Like you talk about a Nas Reed. Nas Reed isn't going to change your fortunes, but man, he might be able to slide in there as a starting power forward. And now, you give him a larger role, a larger opportunity in a starting role. Maybe he can show more to his game. Jalen Smith was a guy that he mentioned. That could be a guy that, kind of how we look at Damian Jones. I think Jalen might be a little more talented than Damian Jones, but Damian Jones, when he was in Golden State in LA, it wasn't a right place for him. It wasn't the right fit. He got here in Sacramento, he's flourished. Maybe Jalen Smith is like that. Jalen is I think he's another guy that's relatively young. He's 21, and putting him next to Sabonis or in a certain situation. So while these guys aren't the needle movers that we talk about that we need, as far as building your roster, they absolutely could help, and they could be relatively cheap as well. You're not breaking the bank to go get a Jalen Smith. It could be an under the radar signing, almost like what Rashawn Holmes was when he came here.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And how that blossomed into something totally different.
And it worked out. I mean, it did until it didn't.
Mm-hmm.
Right? What you signed Rashawn Holmes for absolutely worked out. Meaning the initial signing several years ago. Obviously, a lot has changed since then. He was having a disastrous season, but the emergence, the acquisition of Domantas Sabonis kind of changed all that. I get back into the NBA here in a minute. Wanted to acknowledge your San Francisco Giants here real quick. We know they're playing right now, but they've picking up right where they left off last year. They rolling along, trying to keep pace with the Dodgers there in the NFC West, which was I like it. I'm with it. I got to be honest. I don't think it's going to happen all year, but I said that last year. So what the hell do I know?
These guys, they haven't stopped. Neither one of them. Yeah. Dodgers are on a 7-game winning streak, and the Giants are balling. They go in there and they sweep Cleveland. And I love what I'm seeing from this Giants team. You know who my guy is, and we'll pull back the curtain a little bit. Yes, done a 180. Although I wasn't that passionate about him one way or the other when they got him, but I was very skeptical because of the things that I hear. But that is a thing of the past.
Okay.
Gabe Kapler is my guy.
You treated Gabe Kapler like his name was Ty Lue.
Look,
true story.
Gabe Kapler is my guy.
I see that.
And I have confidence in this team. I ain't gonna lie when I say this to you, man. I have confidence in this team and what they could be this year. Maybe first and foremost because Gabe Kapler is the manager. I think he is a leader of men. I think he understands the game, understands his roster, has them fully prepared as much as anybody can have a group of guys prepared every single night out. And they're going to be good. They're going to contend for the NL West. Number one, because of Gabe, I'm not even getting into the talent. The talent is something else. They actually have some talented pieces. But as long as they have that guy there, Gabe Kapler, they're always going to have an opportunity. I love Gabe Kapler. That guy, he's the truth. And like I said, I didn't feel passionate about him one way or another before. So I don't want to say I'd done a complete 180. It was just Gabe Kapler, whatever. But I know they hated him in Philly. They thought he was terrible in Philly. And I would read and hear this stuff. I'd be like, well, damn, that's the guy you chose to go get? This is kind of crazy. Nah, Kapler's that dude. Gabe Kapler is that dude.
And his team is responding. I'm anxious to see how long this lasts.
Well, look, I'm anxious to see it too. And obviously it's not going to be 107. But in the strike season, in the little fake season that I would have never wanted to win a World Series in.
Jason Jones joins us coming up at 3:20. Not related.
The Giants, low key, once Kapler kind of got a feel for what he was doing, They played well that year too.
That final,
25
25
games or so.
Second half of the season, yeah.
They played well then,
Funny,
carried
second
that
half of the
into.
season.
That's why you just laugh at anything that happened that season. But they played well at the end of that season, carried it over into this season, and they've carried that over in the way they started this season. So I just think this is kind of who they are under Gabe Kapler.
Did you watch Hunter Green this weekend?
I missed him. I went back and saw some highlights, and
I'm watching because we've got a belt. If this
damn minute, hold on.
Wait a second. I gotta see if that's what this dude is about. Like, that's what he does. He just goes out there and throws the ball 100 miles an hour over and over and over and over again.
Like we've never seen it before.
Man, man, if someone on the Angels can have the belt, someone on the Reds can have the belt. But I'm keeping an eye. Hunter Green is going to get onto my push notifications right now. I got to keep an eye on what this brother's doing.
For those of you who aren't aware, Hunter Green faced the Dodgers on Saturday night in his second major league start ever. I can't believe we just missed the first one, but this was the first time I was alerted to the fact that Hunter Green was on the mound. And I missed the game, but I was like, oh, he pitched. I want to see what he did. Well, he was bringing the heat, and he had the most pitches of 100+ miles per hour in a game.
40.
Since pitch tracking, in the pitch tracking era, which was 2008. 40.
I had a stat that said Hunter Green had 40 100-mile-per-hour pitches in that game over the weekend. The Arizona Diamondbacks have had 4 100-mile-per-hour pitches in the last decade.
Are you for real? Wow. This guy, he was deemed by some as like the next great ball player, the next LeBron in some people's minds. You got that SI covered situation, and he was going to change the game, the chosen one, all this other stuff. And then I think he had Tommy John surgery, and that had him on the shelf for about a year plus, and now he's back. And I'm
watching him strike out Freddie Freeman in 3 pitches that all go over 100 miles per hour. Good Lord. I'm keeping an eye on this brother. Here's an alert I've never seen before. Geno Smith's contract was disapproved.
What?
What does that mean? Ian Rappaport says Seahawks quarterback Geno Smith's contract was disapproved per the transaction wire, but the issue will be fixed and the contract will go through, sources said. Huh. I've never seen that before.
Did he just sign a new contract or something?
He did.
Okay, I was about to say, is this like the old contract 2 years in, and they're like, actually,
I think Geno's their starting quarterback. I think they're really putting Geno Smith out there to be their starting quarterback.
Well.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. It's either at this exact moment, it's either Geno or Drew Lock, right?
Yeah. A camp battle. Camp competition.
Boy, they bailed on Drew Lock quick. Man, this kid's developing. He's this, he's that. All of a sudden, you know what? Nah, we good. Oh, wow.
Tragic.
Dr. David dug up the receipts. November 15th, 2019. Well, they did hire Gabe Kapler this week. That's kind of like a loss.
Yeah.
Dr. David be quick on the Twitter searches, boy.
I'll tell you straight up. That was more from hearsay. Like I said, I had my ears to the street in Philly.
Yep.
And they didn't like it. They were laughing at the Giants for hiring Gabe Kapler. Boy, were they wrong, or was I wrong?
Yeah, so you quote tweeted someone who said, first the Seahawks, now the Lakers. Thank God Giants don't play the Dodgers this week or they'd hit a walk-off bomb. Kenny says, well, they did hire Gabe Kepler this week. That's kind of like a loss. Jeez.
That was
Hey,
back. I was also back when everything Farhan did. I was just hot. I was like,
you was
oh my
yes.
gosh.
Yes, you came
I
in
love
pretty on
Farhan.
Farhan when the show started.
Yeah.
Hey, Dr. David, could you do Ty Lue now? Just see what you can find. Not that I need it because I sat here in this very seat. As my partner had some choice words for.
Guy.
I'm just, Doctor, if you could just do a quick little.
Ty Lue, man. What a special coach. Ty Lue not in the playoffs, by the way, but what a special coach.
Hey, Ty Lue overachieved this year, in my opinion.
He's great. No, he really is good.
If Paul George had walked around with a mask on for a couple of more days, Paul George is like, wait a minute, what? We're still doing this?
Right.
This is the most important game of their season. We'll step out. We'll come back. I need Kenny to tell me what's going on with his crew in Los Angeles.
Okay, Lake Show.
He's got a nugget that I just am not aware of. So he's going to fill us in. We'll get back to basketball. 3 more NBA playoff games tonight, including one Kenny and I are really looking forward to. That's coming up as D'Lo and Casey continue on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Yeah. So.
Oh, for real?
Yeah. You got to do it. You got to do it. You got to put the sun on,
I mean, that's not egregious.
Yeah.
Jeez.
You got to do what you got to do. I'll be right back.
Okay. Yeah, Jesse just told us Minnesota and Memphis is NBA TV tonight. Oh man, looking at Stone Cold Steve Austin said he's feeling pretty good. He's feeling 100% after his WrestleMania match. I think Austin might actually wrestle another match. But if Austin, like, you can't do it next year in Los Angeles, right? If this thing with The Rock actually happens, of course, that's all in our imagination here at this point. But if it actually happens, you don't want Austin and Rock wrestling on the same thing. It's like when Rock came out, or when Austin came out on the second night of WrestleMania for the Vince McMahon gimmick. It was like, oh, there's no way The Rock's coming out. There's no way they're having the Triple H, The Undertaker, Steve Austin, and The Rock all be features on the second night of WrestleMania in 2022. Oh, that's a good call, Wilson. That's a good call right there. That seems to get everybody out of retirement. Man, that's a good one. Man, that's a good one right there. Jesse said, "I have an old guy battle royal." I can't. He said previously he wanted to do a story. Like if he wanted to do it, he wanted like a storyline to build up to his match, whatever his comeback match was. Those checks are big, so it's hard to say like no. But man, that'd be tough. Do I like the Bryan Danielson Mox Regal stable? I do a lot. I love the way that it formed. I love that Regal's there. I think this is a great role for Regal. I think William Regal is criminally underrated. He's really, really good. I think he is great in any role that you put him in. He's great. That'll get Steve Austin and his knee braces out of retirement. Yes, it very well. Boy, man, I swear them knee braces grew. Them jokers absolutely grew since he's been away. Yeah, Shawn Michaels was the one I'm disappointed in. Like, that was like, dude, really? And he comes back and the match is just absolute garbage, just trash. And like, I didn't see it. I saw it on the Undertaker thing. the Last Dance. But yeah, that looked pretty bad. Like Kane's mask and wig fell off, dude. That's comedy. That's comedy. Austin Theory looks like a star to me. Like he looks like, he's probably jumping out the window a little bit, but Austin Theory looks like he could be the next Randy Orton. Like, oh, that's right. His name isn't Austin Theory anymore. That's right. Jesse's just reminding me. I don't know why. He's just, yeah, I don't know why that's the case. I don't know why they do that. They did it. Oh, God, they did that with it. They did it with it used to be Antonio Cesaro. Then it was just Cesaro. Yeah, they've done that. They've eliminated names a lot. But point being, I think Theory could be next. Steelin' with KC brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest gin in the world, handcrafted in Brazil. You want to connect with the show, you most definitely can. 916-349-1320. We'll go over the slate of games tonight. It's going to be a tough watch. Minnesota, Memphis. That's the highlight for me. That's an NBA TV game. NBA TV isn't even on Hulu. I think I have to hit the app for that. I think I have to pull up NBA TV for that one.
Damn.
But I'm all over the 3 games tonight, for sure.
I like all these series, to be honest with you. I like them all. We're not in the same. We're not on the same plane with that one. There isn't.
I'll be honest.
Series out there.
I don't love the Pelicans Sun series either.
Yeah, I like watching Brandon Ingram. I like the Suns.
Well, that's the thing.
Their chase for what they're doing. Like, yeah. Okay.
I just don't feel like this is part of the chase. I feel like this is just in the way. Like, just get this over with and let's keep it moving.
Well,
let's keep it moving. Bro, that Phoenix, is the Phoenix Suns starting 5 the best in the entire league?
First thought, yes, absolutely.
Like, it just feels like they are tough. Loaded.
Yeah. Yeah, the first thing is yes, and it's probably even if I thought harder, you probably wouldn't find a better starting 5.
I love that. Boy, there's a couple of hot takes right there. Yeah, that starting 5 is loaded. They won 60 some odd games, guys. Like, thanks for tuning in. They might be kind of good. They won like 63 games.
Yeah. This is where you come to D-Lo and Casey for in-depth analysis.
Yep.
Things you can't get anywhere else.
Yeah. Share that one with your friends. They'll think you're a basketball savant. This coming from Kenny Caraway on June 6, 2018. Ty Lue gets no credit for inserting Rodney Hood, like every other obvious decision in these playoffs. He's gone to it 3 games too late. Terrible. More from Kenny Caraway.
He didn't do good in Cleveland.
Also on June 6, 2018. Oh, we got to get the quote tweet in here. The fact that the Cavs are clueless on D is all about coaching. Kenny Caraway, facts. The switch on KD pick and roll is evidence enough that Ty Lue needs to start updating his resume.
I was right too. I was correct.
That's Kenny's guy, Ty Lue, right there. Boy, let me tell you this. If Kenny Caraway ever says, D-Lo, man, that's my guy, that's probably the end of this show. That's probably means it's over. Just ain't gotten a word yet. Man, it's a cool. Search me. Search
that Borland guy.
This low down garbage. Did you hear what he said? The lowdown. That'll put some butts in the seats. Hey, can you, before we get back to the games tonight, can you fill me in? You've been keeping me in suspense for this for like 2 days. Kenny made a note in the rundown that if something he wanted to go over, and it says there's a new candidate has emerged as a potential Lakers coach.
Yeah.
And we went away. This was in the show yesterday, and it kind of got bumped over. We ran up just kind of sticking with some other things that we were doing and moved it over today. And I asked Kenny, I haven't seen this. Who's the coaching candidate?
Yeah, man.
And Kenny was like, I'll tell you on the air.
Yeah. I mean, there's guys that have, we've heard the name of, they're waiting for Quinn Snyder or, Mark Jackson and guys of that nature. But man, I came across this story and I was like, this would be intriguing. This would be interesting if they actually pulled this one off. Let me just pull it up for you. While speaking to reporters, Master P went on to say that he would like for owner Jeannie Buss to bring him into the fold to help the Lakers get back on point.
Oh,
quote,
for goodness
bring me in. I can help get some W's, said the No Limit mogul. Master P then spoke on how he isn't used to seeing the Lakers in this shape they are and pointing out people like Magic Johnson and Kobe Bryant as pillars of success for this team. Quote, they need some alpha males over there. Can't get no bigger than me. If you want to win, bring me in. I'll bring some hell of assistant coaches in with me. Shaq, John Lucas. I don't know if Shaq would want to do that, but if he do, he can take over. I can't see another team like that. End quote. So add Master P's name to the list of possible candidates.
What are we doing? Let's be honest. Is anyone else a little freaked out that Vivek might have heard this and is calling his people? Hey, let's inquire about this Percy Miller guy real quick.
Well, I mean, if he's going to bring Shaq and John Lucas to the bench,
oh my God,
do what you got to do.
So Shaquille O'Neal's a coach now. Is this like Shaquille O'Neal, the owner? Is this like the Shaquille O'Neal who was going to teach DeMarcus Cousins how to be an NBA player? Oh, that was my favorite. I'm going to teach the big man. I'm going to teach him how to be an NBA player. Did he ever work out DeMarcus once? Did he ever watch DeMarcus Cousins work out? Did Shaquille O'Neal ever have a single conversation with DeMarcus Cousins?
Well, I got to be honest with you, D-Lo. I talked to DeMarcus a couple times. I said, DeMarcus, you can't be like that as a big man. You got to make sure that when you're out there, they have to know that you're the guy. And if they don't feel that, then that's a situation where they're just not going to respond to you. And I don't know what the hell Charles is saying. He ain't never won nothing. Me and Kenny know, right, D-Lo? So when I talked to DeMarcus, I said, DeMarcus, you got to make sure that you're the big man that this team needs. And if you're not that, then they ain't going to follow you. Ain't that right, Ernie?
I laid out just because I wanted to see how long you were going to do that. I was just really curious how long that impression was going to go on. I feel like you needed to slow the record on the needle a smidge bit more, but yeah, that's a solid Shaquille O'Neal impression. And yes, this is. I'm thinking the same thing as YouTube.com.
Well, you got to get in there that Charles don't know what the hell he's talking about.
How long is this impression going?
With him.
Imagine that. The Los Angeles Lakers coaches, Percy Miller and Shaquille O'Neal. Now, would he be Percy or would he be Master P?
He'd be Master P. Coach P.
Coach P. All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they should do that. The Lakers should definitely do that. What was the word LeBron used?
Percy said, put me in. Genie.
What was the word LeBron used for Mark Jackson? Was it enticed? What was the word? Intrigued?
I don't remember. Intrigued might have been it.
It was LeBron is, I don't remember if it was intrigued by the thought of playing for Mark Jackson. All righty. I'm glad you did. I'm glad you kept that a secret.
Well, my man said John Lucas. I was like, oh, okay. John Lucas is doing wonderful things in Houston.
Might as well see what
his developmental, his training company and stuff. Like, he's doing some good things.
Might as well see what Frank Lucas is doing. Have him come in too. Give me a break. LeBron was very enthused. That was the line.
Enthused. Okay.
Enthused. Matisse Thybulle has been officially rolled out for Game 3 in Toronto.
Damn.
Matisse Thybulle played like 10 minutes yesterday. It wasn't even a big deal.
They had to prepare for life without him.
I guess. Boyd, yeah, I guess. Like, I don't even know how I'd feel about that. Like, you're not even needed. Like, your team doesn't even care. They're just like, yeah, that's cool, dude. Don't get vaccinated. Just stay here. Yeah, you're really not that important to what. We'll give you a ring if we win, but that's kind of the extent of it. You're listening to D'Lo and KC on ESPN 1320 KIFM West Sacramento, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento and Odyssey Station, and driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. The professor, Jason Jones of The Athletic, set to join us coming up in just about 20 minutes or so. We'll talk these NBA playoffs with him, and of course, we've got 3 more NBA games tonight, including the Grizzlies and the Timberwolves, Hawks and the Heat, Pelicans and the Suns. More likely to get one, Pelicans or Hawks?
Hawks. I think the Suns are going for that sweep.
Yeah, I think so too.
I think
I
the Hawks,
shortchanged them. I said 63 wins. They won 64.
yeah,
And they were 32-9 at home. They ain't losing tonight. They ain't losing tonight.
Woo.
It's going to take I'm not so quick to think the Hawks are going to get one, but it's as simple with Atlanta as a hot shooting night. Or I just should rephrase that. Is it as simple as a hot shooting night from Atlanta? Because we saw it from Miami in game 1. Miami caught fire.
Mm-hmm.
Miami couldn't miss.
Miami is ready to go.
And
ready
it's
to go.
like okay, is that essentially how the Heat have to get one? Excuse me, how the Hawks have to get one? You got to get that big performance from Trey.
Yeah, and Trey was.
Bogey needs to chip in a game-changing 17.
And we know we're happy for Bogey. We know that
eternally.
But Trey is also part of the reason why they lost game 1. He had a game that was uncharacteristic, and I know they were down big at one point. But if he's getting it going early, that may change the dynamic of the game, and he could never get it going. I think he scored his only field goal like halfway through the first quarter. And at that point, like, no.
Yeah, it's too late.
Too late.
You got to come out the gate hot. You got to have help. John Collins will be interesting too, because suddenly he's become an integral part of what they have to do. Whereas I don't know what the status of John Collins was before Friday's game. But he certainly was needed over the weekend when they won that play-in game and got into the series against Miami. So I don't know if this helps or hurts Kenny's never-ending quest to get John Collins in a Sacramento Kings uniform. Obviously, they got this far without him. They made a big turnaround without him. Perhaps you throw him into the lineup and you lose 4-1 to Miami. Maybe that doesn't hurt your cause either.
Yeah. I mean,
we were better with Capella.
That's what I was thinking. Like when you throw him in there and he's giving you 10 and 4 or something like that, and like, why are we giving this guy $23 million when he's not?
Well, to be fair, he is coming back from an injury, and I do think they were kind of.
Don't be fair.
Okay,
get him out of there, Atlanta.
Fair.
Get him out of there and send his ass to Sacramento to show him a lesson.
That'll do it.
Teach him a lesson.
John Collins is the number 1 target for you.
I think
realistic.
Yeah, I think so.
More than Tobias?
How
old is Tobias Harris?
Tobias is under 30 for sure.
I was going to say, is he?
I want to say
maybe
like 27 or something.
Is he like Harrison Barnes, where he's been around for so long? Yeah, he's 29 years old. He's just been around so long.
I want to say he's about 28. That would be my guess.
No, he's 29. Yeah, I'm looking at it right now. He's 29 years old.
Older than I thought.
He's been around. Been in the league, like 12?
He was with Orlando.
12 years. Orlando.
Yeah.
Detroit.
He got it out the mud, too.
LA, Philly.
Out the mud.
Boy. I'll say this though.
What you saying?
That game's played number isn't pretty. That isn't the best looking thing. I mean, he played 82 once in Detroit.
How many times has he done that since?
He hasn't. Well, wait a sec. That's not fair. Okay, that's me. That's my bad. 2020. Okay, that was the 72-game season. He played all 72 games in 2019, 2020. So that's my fault. That's a full season. The year before, he played 27, 55, 32, 48.
What did he do this year again?
73.
Yeah, that's a good number.
Yeah, that's not bad.
Yeah.
That's not bad.
Tobias is up there for me. Tobias is up there. Like him, John Collins.
John Collins got to be first, though, just because John Collins is younger.
Yeah, I feel like Julius Randle is a better player than both of those guys, but I don't know about his fit. I don't know about his fit.
What you don't know about Julius Randle's fit?
Yeah, just because, I don't know how he is defensively, how he is without the ball, just his style of play. Like he can go.
I know how he'll be without Tibbs there. I mean, he wasn't the anchor of that defense in New York when they had, I think, the number one defense last year. So without Tom Thibodeau, I'm not sure, but isn't he a better shooter than John Collins?
Yeah, I think so. I think Julius is a better player than both of them.
Oh,
I think he's a better player than both of them, but I just don't know the fit.
Talking about the fit on the floor or the fit culturally?
No, I mean, it feels like both. A little bit of both, but like on the floor, like is he going to be like Trey Lyles just was catching and shooting? It's Julius Randle feels like he needs to rock a little bit more, needs to go to work a little bit.
Okay, I got you.
Is he going to adapt to that? Is he going to be a good cutter, or does he need his touches, on the block all the time, or on the, at the nail or something like that? I would like to believe that, to your point, what you always say, with a good coach and somebody that can implement a system, that he would lock in and do, what's needed to win. But I'm not exactly sure.
We spent a lot of time talking about stars today, both established and young, or perhaps in today's case, emerging stars. We posted the question on youtube.com/ESPN at 1320. Which young player would you want on the Kings? And the three options were Jordan Poole, Tyrese Maxey, and Jalen Brunson. Jordan Poole ran away with it in this 2-hour or so poll question. 70% of the vote, with Tyrese Maxey getting 23% and Jalen Brunson just getting 7%. I like Jalen Brunson a lot. I just think that speaks really highly to Jordan Poole. And obviously, Poole now has this incredible sample size with the Golden State Warriors that has gone from the regular season into the postseason. And when you can perform the way he's performing, at least through 2 games in the postseason, now all eyes will shift, or all eyebrows will go up a little bit because I assume at some point Steph is going to go back to being a starter and Jordan Poole will go to the bench. And that might not be during this series. That might be for the start of the second round. But you're going to be looking to see how Jordan Poole is performing and what will be a new role in the postseason for him.
Yeah. Yeah, and
honestly, I don't think he's going to miss a beat, to be honest.
I don't think he is either. I think he's that good. I think he's legit, man. He's legit. He's so smooth out there. The passing, the ball handling, and obviously the shooting, the moves he has to free himself up. I mean, he's super smooth. I saw every game of Jordan Poole's college career. Knew he was going to be a NBA pro. Like I thought he was going to be in the NBA. I never thought he'd be like this, though. Like that man is
certified.
Sick. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
And he's going to get a bag.
Now, what's
from the Golden State Warriors?
What's the deal with that? Because from what I'm seeing, he's not. I think he's eligible for an extension this summer, but he can't be signed off of the Warriors this summer, right? Like that's how I read it. Yeah,
that sounds right.
So that don't help us.
I mean, that's well, no.
Because I'll tell you like this: if he was like a restricted free agent this season, I'd be giving him a max.
And I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of people would
match it,
and they would.
All right.
Yeah, he's rookie extension eligible this year.
Yeah.
5. Sorry. Straighten up. Be professional. Is he getting 5 years, 184?
Yes. Yeah.
Man. It's there for him. Man,
He's
5
balling,
years,
man. He is
184.
He is balling out, man. He's playing phenomenal. Love
Man,
to see
can
it.
you and that's a year one salary of 30. My man is going to go from making 3 point, and obviously this isn't chump change, but like think about this for a second. 3.9 million next year, in which you're losing half because that's how the government works. You're losing 5 to 10%. It's going to your agent. Again, he's keeping the lights on. He can keep his Netflix password. He's good. He's fine in that sense. But then next year it's $31 million. Like he is on the verge. He's having, you talk about pressure. You talk about pressure to get, help lead this team to a potential title. You talk about pressure of beating a 64-win team. You are on the verge of life-changing money for you and your entire family forever.
Yeah, 100%.
And you probably didn't have that line of thinking headed into the season.
No.
That started to creep in your head as the season went along.
So let me ask you this. Why wouldn't he pull a Debo? And say, I'm not playing until I'm rookie extension eligible. I know it doesn't happen in the NBA, but I'm rookie extension eligible. I'm not playing until we get this done. Why wouldn't he do that? Just because that's not how things are done?
I just don't think he has any leverage.
I ain't playing. And I'm getting paid.
I don't think he'd get played. I don't think he'd get paid if he just didn't play.
My back hurts.
Well, I don't
because this is
no.
what
I hear you.
Him.
I understand.
If I tear my ACL
I understand.
in game 2 next year, you're not giving me that contract.
I understand.
This is my opportunity.
I understand. I can't think of a time it's ever happened.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Has there ever been a holdout in the NBA before?
I don't think it happens at all. Now, I think what typically happens is they take care of them before that. The NBA teams usually take care of them. Because I'm trying to think, De'Aaron signed when he was rookie extension eligible.
That's right.
Right. So they never really let it get to the last year. When it does happen, it's Marvin Bagley, right? You know what I'm saying? It's something like that.
Right.
So typically the Warriors would take care of that this summer.
Yeah, I can't imagine they don't.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't just De'Aaron, like Tatum.
Yeah.
Donovan.
Yeah, they all
like when you're it's a question of, and it's hard to think that they wouldn't, is he at this level or not?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, is that still a question? Like he fits
I don't think
flawlessly
it should be
with this team.
Mm-hmm.
Again, it's the rich get richer thing we were talking about, where you have young talent there that if they get the opportunity to develop, like this team is going to be very good for a long time. They'll have a transition period, but the talent may be right there.
Mm-hmm.
You okay? Check. We got one.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you sign off on that.
I mean, people call
the Warriors.
People are saying he's the third Splash brother. Like, yeah, that's cute. But if we're being honest, is it Steph, Poole, Clay?
Oh, man, they got
talking about right now. Let's talk about where we're at. Is it Steph, Poole, Clay?
I'm gonna still say it's Clay.
Now you're lying. I don't believe you. Wait a minute. All year, I would be talking about how I believed in the Warriors and how I believed in this team and how I thought they could get a certain. And you'd be it's a lot. It's a lot of predicated on Clay. putting a lot on Klay Thompson there. And
Klay's
now
pretty good.
he's looked good.
He's looked a little better than I thought, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you were wrong again. It's fine. You're a big man for admitting you're wrong. You normally do it on Twitter, but you're doing it on the radio show here, so that's fine. But look at the way Jordan Poole has played. So Clay's been above your expectations. But man, Jordan Poole, that's you turning your back on your Michigan guy now?
Well, I mean, no, because I also said that I would trade Klay if I was the Warriors.
Yes. You did.
Or I would we'd have some serious discussions about moving him. Would it actually happen? I don't know. But if I was the Warriors, I'd see what I could get for Klay Thompson very quietly around the league.
Well, you ain't. Are you doing the same thing with Jordan Poole?
No, Jordan Poole's not going nowhere. That's why I'm looking to trade Klay.
Jordan Poole, Klay Thompson.
Yeah, that's for next season though.
No, that's for right now.
Well, I can't trade Klay right now. So
I'm not talking about trading him. I'm saying the pecking order on this squad right now is Steph, Jordan Poole. Klay's little bro. Okay. Well, Clay's little bro right now.
You hear this guy? You guys hear this guy?
Clay's little bro.
Who started last night?
Jordan Poole.
Looked like Klay.
You forgot Steph Curry came off the bench, right?
No, it looked like he started to me. I watched the game on.
No, Steph came off the bench. Steph came off the bench.
I thought Steph started last night.
No, Steph came off the bench last night. And look, I get your point. We know that's gonna change.
Mm-hmm.
Like Steph's gonna go back to the starting lineup, and he's not starting for Klay. He's starting for Jordan Poole, and Jordan Poole will get worked in from there. Jason Jones joins us, the professor. We'll talk more basketball with him when D'Lo and Casey return here on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320. I think so. Yeah. He hasn't told us he's not, so I believe he is. Man, because I've got 30 on right now, and Taker Brock is on. Their entrances were like 20 minutes. Like I looked over and the Undertaker was just getting in the ring, and it's like, yo, like that lasted the entire segment. They very much did.
Yeah. Not a fan.
They very much did. My man went out there with the Ray Lewis microphone, and he was preaching the good word. Michelle McCool has introduced me to my Lord and Savior. What? Fucker, you played the devil for like 3 years. What are you talking about? You were speaking in tongues. You sacrificed Stephanie McMahon on live television. Goodness gracious. Good for you, though, brother. I want to walk into work like Taker. It's Stephen Brown. We love you. I don't think you were listening though, because you said Poole's a restricted free agent. If a team offers a max, Warriors ain't matching. He ain't getting to restricted free agency. That's next. He ain't getting there. He's gonna get that extension this year, and the Warriors are going to give it to him. And even if nothing else, it's a. And I don't think that it is, by the way. But if nothing else, it's a John Collins thing.
Mm-hmm.
We'll sign, or at least what we think the John Collins thing is. We'll sign him and figure it out later. But we ain't letting him go. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. But there is no can't fit, like, because they're already there. That's the thing. They're not trying to acquire Jordan Poole. Like, as long as Joe Lacob will pay, it don't matter. You're dying for that.
We've been waiting.
I got you. Vengeful Jesse, looking to save Paul Pierce. Yeah, it is a thankless job, that's for sure. That is faux. Do we have any games tonight? I'm guessing not. Oh, okay. Deshaun showed up to off-season workouts. It's so funny that these are voluntary off-season workouts, yet who does and doesn't go is always a really big story to NFL writers.
Didn't Kyler not show up?
Mm-mm. Mm-mm.
He is a diva.
Jesse, I was going to say, Jesse, you were the first one on that.
Jesse also doesn't like Manny Pacquiao.
That's fine. That's fine.
No, I made a sandwich at home. Mine is peanut butter and jelly, but this one I want.
Damn.
Sandwich. What you talking about? Man, I definitely, I don't even have time to make all that, man. We ain't doing all that. We ain't doing all that.
Kenny,
right on down the subway before I do that in the kitchen.
Kenny literally just said he doesn't have time to make a sandwich.
The way he's talking about it, got to put the lettuce on and the tomatoes and all that. First of all, I don't eat tomatoes on my sandwich. Second of all that big old mountain of thing and putting it in the side, I don't have time for all that, man.
It's literally one more ingredient than you were talking about with a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Yeah. Do you put mustard and mayonnaise on your burger on your sandwich too? No, well, that's a you problem.
I don't.
Mayo is actually what I put on those type of, and that's the type of sandwich I have today. I just have just a turkey sandwich, a little sandwich meat type deal, nothing too major.
So it's like just turkey and bread
and mayo.
Okay.
No.
But putting like the tomato on it, or you don't putting the lettuce on it, that would just be too much.
I ain't got time for all that, man. I ain't got time for all that. I'll go to, and nobody's paying me, so I won't say a name, but I'll go down the street and go do that. I'll get that if I want that sandwich.
All right.
I can't go down the street and get a peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Did you know that
I'll make it?
I'm sure there's somewhere you can go to get a peanut butter and jelly.
I don't even think I'd want it. I'll handle the peanut butter and jelly. You handle the rest of that other stuff for me. I don't need somebody down the street making that for me.
Okay. Well, there goes our peanut butter and jelly sandwich endorsement we were working on. That's just
reminds me of those nasty little Uncrustables or whatever they were. Oh, it's disgusting.
An Uncrustable.
Yeah, they used to have.
Sounds
they used
terrible.
To make the peanut butter and jelly sandwich, packet it up, and it was like a in your Lunchable or something like that.
Oh, that's awful.
It's trash. That's always trash.
It's a hard pass for me, dog.
And it's always chunky peanut butter is what I'm looking for. I don't want
now chunky peanut butter is trash. Like
you've gone too far, Damien.
Chunky peanut butter is trash. What are we doing?
We're eating something with texture, with good texture that you can actually taste, not something that gets stuck to the roof of your mouth.
Sometimes I just want to put an ad out for it. Sometimes we need to go our separate ways. Like, I'll just do the 10 to 12 show. I can't ride with some of the stuff that you say sometimes. Let's bring in Jason Jones. I know Jason Jones can't ride with some of the things you say either. He's the professor. He's the culture writer over at The Athletic. Jason Jones, what's happening, my brother?
Not much. I'm just enjoying the Uncrustable conversation because I think there's a few arenas that post-media game meal, they'd have Uncrustables available for you. But the peanut butter was always way too thick. That's why I couldn't really rock with them. It was like all peanut butter with like a dab of jelly.
Jason, that's not okay. Why would they do that?
I don't know, but I mean, they're packaged, so I guess that's the way they wanted us to have them.
Wow.
With a weird, especially in LA, with a weird combo because they'd have those and they'd also have beer. So it was like, do you really want to? You have to wash this down with beer. But considering some of the Kings games I watched down there, that wasn't strong enough to wash down what I've seen. So.
Yeah. That's why we're brought to you by McQueen and the Violet Fog, the smoothest chin in the world.
Peanut butter jelly and McQueen. Now, that's a good combo right there. Let's work.
That's.
I would have done a double of that. After some of those games.
Yeah, I believe it. Who has the worst arena food that you've eaten at? Like, who's just the worst?
I'm trying to think. If you throw in all to everywhere I've been, the worst food ever was the Jacksonville Jaguars.
Oh,
I can believe it.
Yeah, that sounds right. That's on brand.
Yeah, and I think honestly the worst arena food probably the Miami Heat.
Oh, really?
Okay.
Yeah, it's like because a lot of places they charge you, don't charge you. It was like, and they would charge you for just crap. It'd be like, really? I'd just go to the concession stand to get some food that actually tastes decent. Like, why are you giving me a bag of chips and like a sandwich for like $12? I'm cool. No, thank you. It's like all this culture in Miami, Cuban food, all this food, and y'all have this like the worst food available.
On the flip side, who's got the best?
Ooh, let's see. New Orleans is always good because it's like it's like home cooked. It like all feels home cooked. And I swear, every time I went there, it would be like jambalaya. I mean, it'd be like real good food. New Orleans is good. Trying to think who else. LA isn't bad, but I mean, it's not as good as New Orleans. Memphis was always good.
See, New Orleans, Memphis, those have like food histories. Like there's a vibe to those foods.
You can't be having Uncrustables in New Orleans and Memphis.
Oh no, I know, never. I think Charlotte was never bad. Charlotte was never. I don't ever really have anything bad in Charlotte. It's pretty much anywhere where the presentation looked like someone's mom made it in the kitchen was always good. I mean, you really couldn't complain for the most part. But a lot of times it's kind of in the middle, But yeah, New Orleans. Like I said, Memphis.
San Antonio are probably fried in New Orleans. Fried Uncrustable here in New Orleans.
Oh, but actually, who actually surged probably to the top of the list in the last couple of years was Detroit.
Okay.
Detroit had crab legs or something on that. I mean, Detroit went from once they got out of Auburn Hills, it took a leap. Like even they're at Little Caesars Arena. Their Little Caesars taste like gourmet out there.
Yeah, I could imagine. Little Caesars.
Yeah, I mean, they might be number one right now. They might be number one right now. I mean, they've got like options. Like I said, they got seafood, steak. If you want to do like wings, they got wings. They got pizza. They got everything there now.
I like it.
It's funny. Like I'm glad I got to experience it once. Like Auburn Hills and Detroit, they're not really close.
No, isn't it like far?
Yes, like it's not even. It's almost like Detroit Pistons. That's a lie.
Yeah, and traveling there was the worst because if you had like a back-to-back, it would be like, okay, so do I cover the night game and then drive whatever an hour and a half back to Detroit that night, or do I get up early in the morning? And one time I had they had a game. It was Detroit and Cleveland. And my flight got delayed in at the counter. She tells me, you know what? You drove from Auburn Hills. I said, you drove 2.5 more hours. You could have been in Cleveland. And I was like, what? She was like, yeah. So the next time I was out there and they had Detroit, Cleveland, I drove from Auburn Hills to Cleveland.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it was just like, by the time the delay and everything was done with, I had sat for 3-4 hours. She was like, yeah, you could drive to Cleveland at this rate. And then you start figuring stuff like that. Like I drove from Cleveland to Indiana one time because there just were no Cleveland to Indiana flights. And it was like, we'll fly you from Cleveland to Chicago, then back to Indiana. Like, nah, I'll just get in the car and go.
You're probably doing that in the wintertime, though. I don't know, man. I would have found something.
Well, I didn't do it like when it was crazy. Actually, the worst winter drive I did was in Toronto.
No, that sounds right.
And I said, no more of this guessing where the lines is stuff.
Oh, gosh.
Been there.
So Toronto was the worst drive I've been in. But yeah, So yeah, it actually wasn't bad because you drive, it takes you down south, so you go around, you go near Columbus, drive by Ohio State, and all that, and then boom, you're in Indiana, and it's a Steak and Shake where everyone goes. I still don't know besides Indiana, but what's there besides Steak and Shake in that really desolate mall?
Your latest article on The Athletic got my attention today. It's about James Harden and him being like a beard product and investor. And it made me think like a little bit about kind of the James Harden brand and how, while he's not my favorite and never has been, he is and was for a stretch just one of the most dynamic players in the entire league. Like when you talked about the best players in the NBA, he was one of the first 3 or 4 names you were mentioning over like a 4-year period. But I don't feel like we see him the way we see other basketball players. I don't feel like he's out there the way some other guys are. Is that by design from James Harden, or is he just not? Is he not marketable? Or as marketable as some of these other guys?
I don't know. Well, the thing is, all the stuff about James is funny stuff. Like they said when he got traded to Philly, they said all the late night gentlemen's clubs should get ready for a boost in business. So I think once you get that rep, I don't know how you cross over in the mainstream endorsement.
I don't know how you're gonna sell Kia after that.
What's James known for? He's known for making it rain. What? No, not the weather. Oh, okay. And what means from 3, So, but I just think he doesn't have, and I've talked to James more than once. First time I saw James was when he was a junior in high school. So, I go back all the way to James with no beard. So, he just doesn't have, that vibrant, that vibrance about him where you say, yeah, I'll make James my pitch man. That's why I even asked him, I was like, how did you get this far out of beard thing deal? Your nickname is the Beard. Mm-hmm. And they haven't done more with that, but being in Philly is probably a good look for him because his beard is just like one of many out there. Whenever I go to Philly, I feel like my beard is terrible. Because out there, it's like a lifestyle with the beard. So it's just like with James. So it's kind of like part of it was he spent the first part of his career kind of as a second, third fiddle. His first award was 6th Man of the Year. So it's kind of like he was the backup guy, and then he gets traded to Houston, and then even then it was just some weird stuff in Houston. The whole Dwight Howard pairing. I'll never forget that time they were an 8th seed in Oakland, and Dwight and James are going back and forth, and poor J.B. Bickerstaff as the interim coach looking like, oh my God, someone please fire me at this moment. Because for a while J.B. had a stretch of, if it's a disaster, let's make J.B. the interim.
Oh yeah.
That's why it was good to see him have some success this season. To me, his situation is why I don't like the play-in. I'm like, they worked too hard to have their season come down to 2 games. It wasn't like they were like squeaking along all year. I just didn't like seeing them not make it, but hey, the rule is the rule.
Yeah.
I liked the play-in this year. I thought it gave, and just like last year, I thought it gave a free playoff vibe for us consumers. It gave the true playoff teams a whole week to get themselves together, and in the meantime, we got to watch some meaningful basketball and got some good moments out of it. I thought the play-in served its purpose. I'll put it to you like that.
Yeah, I get why they do it. I'm just like, after 82 games, why does Ty Lue have to prove that his team should be in the playoffs? Mm-hmm. And then you get a positive COVID test on Paul George. There goes their season.
Yeah, it's tough.
And to me, that is kind of the quirky thing. And I'll get like this. Like, say the Lakers had got there at 10. They didn't deserve to be in the playoffs. So say they get in there and they get hot all of a sudden. It's like, what, this terrible team all year is now the 8th seed? I get it. Maybe I'm just old. I'm just, old and stubborn. But, it's here. It's not going away. So, if you're the league, it's worked out great. You get New Orleans in the playoffs, which is probably something they don't, in terms of just young stars, you'd rather probably you can market Brandon Ingram more than you can market a Clippers team that's like, hey, we're just a bunch of hard workers.
Yeah.
But then again, Minnesota had like a 7-game lead on 8, and they had to play to get in. So I guess like somebody said, hey, just don't be 7th, and you have to worry about it.
There you go.
That's it. Yeah. Playoffs are now top 6.
Yeah.
That's how it works. We were talking about Jordan Poole a minute ago. We've been talking about Jordan Poole a lot today. He's eligible for the rookie extension this year. Do you think he gets that 5-year, 184 from the Golden State Warriors when this is all over?
Oh, that's a tough one. I mean, honestly, nobody wouldn't surprise me with him. It would not shock me if he gets that extension in a sign and trade.
Oh,
wow.
Okay.
That wouldn't shock me. I mean, just because, you're talking about having, 4 or 5 max. I mean, their luxury tax bill is already insane.
Yeah.
It's already insane. And, and my thing is, do you move off of Clay? I don't,
And he's been saying that all year.
I'm saying it should be an option. It should be something that's discussed.
I mean, to me, it has to be an option just because, their depth is usually tough as it is because they're so, they're cap-wise, they're tapped out.
Mm-hmm.
And, Jordan Poole has made a very, valid case that he's a max extension guy now.
Yeah.
And if they get a deep playoff run, someone will offer him a max extension. If it's not Golden State, it will be out there from someone to offer him a max deal. It's a matter of, does Golden State go ahead and say, well, if we pay it now and then we figure out the rest later?
Mm-hmm.
Or do you try to, capitalize on him being hot and say, you know what, maybe we can get some team to give us a bunch of assets in exchange for him? I don't know. I was having fun on Twitter with our boy Bonte Hill because he was calling Jordan Poole a superstar. I'm like, you chill. Steph is a superstar.
Mm-hmm.
Jordan Poole is a nice young player right now. Who's ascending, but
rising star?
He could be rising, yeah. But the fact is, he's only done it for this year? This year, ever since going back to last year, I just, for me, when you're talking about a guy being a star, I think of a guy that you can build a team around. Like he's got to be a pillar, a cornerstone.
Mm-hmm.
And can we say that Jordan Poole is a cornerstone player yet? I don't think we can say that yet.
Mm-hmm.
Which is not a knock on Jordan Poole, but a couple of months ago he wasn't starting.
Right.
So I'm just like, he's gonna break the bank on this. So I'm happy, good for him. But it puts the Warriors in a real tricky thing because someone's gonna pay him like a superstar, even if he's not yet. And then it gets into that tricky max player situation where, because as I always say, the owners didn't want to control their own pockets. They put this system in to where, okay, either you're a max player or we're going to have basically a fight over your salary. And if I'm Jordan Poole, I want max money. He'll have a valid argument too. You look around the league, if you're the Warriors, you're thinking, shoot, maybe if we would have, bought early, say back in October, we could have got him on a Buddy Hield type deal. That ain't happening now.
Right.
You're not getting him for $20 million a year. When he looks up north and sees the Aaron's on a max deal, he'll say, hey, I put up numbers in playoff games there. He looks around the league and, he sees some of the guys who have gotten max deals. He's going to, think about it. Is he on par with Jamal Murray was a couple of years ago when he got his max deal? I think so.
Mm-hmm.
And no one was calling Jamal Murray a star at that point.
Well, see, Jason,
and someone would argue that he's still not one. But if I'm Jordan Poole, I want the same treatment Jamal Murray got.
And Jason, it's going to be an interesting situation with Jordan Poole because from everything that I read with his contract is he's only rookie extension eligible this offseason. Like he's still under contract on the rookie deal this upcoming year. So number one, nobody can offer him anything just yet. But with that, if I'm Jordan Poole and you don't sign me to what I'm looking for, I know we never see this in the NBA because it usually never gets this far. But who, with the money that big and what he would command, who's to say he wouldn't pull a Debo and say, I'm not playing, my back hurts until this contract thing gets taken care of?
That'll be, I can't see him going Ben Simmons. That's a tough one.
So we've never seen it, but if the Warriors are like, well, you're under contract for another year. We don't have to give you an extension right now. Well, why would Jordan Poole risk that type of money, this upcoming season?
It's a good point, but I also don't think the Warriors let it get to that point.
I don't think so either.
I don't think so. Because remember, it also kind of reminds me of the James Harden Oklahoma City situation. Where it was like, what are you going to do with James? And they offered James a deal that was a big deal, but it wasn't max. So they flipped him and got, all those pieces in return down to Houston. So that's why I said I wouldn't rule out that possibility at some point. Maybe, at some point where maybe that's how you make it work. Because like I said, Steph's on a max deal, Clay's on a max deal. Draymond's not max, but he makes a lot of money. I don't know when Wiggins' deal is up, but he had signed, a max extension. So that's a lot of money. And then you got, guys like, I don't know how many more All-Stars Wiggins would have to make to kick in that Supermax, but I can't see, that. Yeah. Who knows, but, Steph's on the Supermax. Then the voters might have did the Warriors a favor by not getting Clay on that All-NBA team a couple of years ago, so he couldn't get a Supermax. It's also another dumb rule. Why are you I don't know one member of the media who wants to be responsible for what an NBA player makes, but hey, that's the rule. But so maybe they got saved with that. I mean, it's going to be tricky for them, but I mean, knowing how the Warriors operate in their management, I can't see this ever getting so messy where we're saying, "Oh my God, Jordan Poole's not coming to work." Yeah. I mean, at the end of the day, not to even sound cold, it's still Jordan Poole, same stuff, and so if there's going to be a hierarchy, he's still not Steph. He's still not Draymond in terms of what he does for them. So, I just think he's going to get paid by somebody. It's a matter of how you make it work. And I just think if you're Golden State, you can't sit around and say, well, we refuse to move a Clay. Especially if you don't think Clay is ever going to get, Clay's not young anymore either. Clay's good, but Clay's not 24. Jordan Poole's 22 years old. And the good teams have the ability to say, you know what, we love you, but you got to go.
Well, the other aspect of that too, Jason, is I ain't saying he's Steve Ballmer, but with Joe Lacob, he's Jay-Z and Jermaine Dupri in '99. Money ain't a thing. Money ain't. If I want to keep this team together, that's just what I'll do. Money ain't a thing.
They'll pay the tax. We're not talking about a team that's going, oh my God, here comes the luxury tax. They're not like a team like the Lakers where their ownership's money is basically all from the team. They're not one of those type of owners. So yeah, I mean, they're paying the tax now. They've been paying it for years.
I was going to say they don't even know life without it.
Yeah, so I mean, if you max out Jordan Poole, whatever it is, you're basically paying him double.
Yeah.
But I think. New arena, new money from that. As long as they're winning, those stands will be full. People will pay those San Francisco prices to go, go out there and watch them. I can't see them just, being like, all right, cool. We're not going to pay Jordan Poole because of the luxury tax. I mean, there'll be somebody else that'll pay for that. They'll make some other, like I said, maybe you make a move and you break up the Wiggins, whenever Wiggins is up. Maybe he'll be up by the time that time comes. And then I don't have it in front of me to where everyone's deal lines up. But, yeah, Jordan Poole's made a nice case that he's going to need that 5 years, 170, 180, whatever it's going to be.
Yeah, 184. Jason Jones, the professor, culture writer over at The Athletic. We appreciate you as always, my friend. Thanks for jumping on with us.
No problem. Catch you guys next week when I'm not picking up the kids.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's our man Jason Jones right there going over some NBA business. Go check out his latest article on I'll just make a note of it. There was something else I wanted to ask him about. For some reason, I brought up the James Harden thing, but he wrote about Breonna Stewart's shoe deal. I wanted to talk to him about that, but as he said, good thing he joins us every single week here on Dealing with Casey.
That was interesting. I think at the end of the day, the Warriors will just pay everything. They'll pay everything and everyone. I think that's how to play out.
Yep.
But yeah, if I'm Jordan Poole and they try to lowball me, what I think is a lowball situation, I'm not okay. I'm not just signing it. We're not okay with that.
Yeah, I don't think that's. I just don't think that's how that's just not this league. This league, like if this league has a fault, it's sign the deal and get out of it later. It's not sign the deal. Like it's normally in everybody's best interest, the player's interest and the team's interest to sign the deal, because you have obviously the player gets the money no matter what. This isn't the National Football League we're talking about. And the team has the ability to move him if he's an asset. It's just unique in that with, in my opinion, some people will disagree. With De'Aaron, there wasn't a question. With Donovan Mitchell, there wasn't a question. With Jason Tatum, there wasn't a question. With Jordan Poole, it's like, okay, maybe there's not a question, but man, the sample size is really small. We think we have stumbled on to something perfect here. And it's universal in all sports. Contract year. No, this isn't the end of his contract, but he was rookie extension eligible this year, and he had an opportunity that hadn't presented itself before, and he utilized it. Yeah. He cooked with it.
It's also unique because I think typically you talk about how many teams they got in the league, 30. You talk about 28 other owners would be scared off by the luxury tax. I said 28 because Ballmer ain't scared off by the luxury tax. But 28 other owners would be scared off by that luxury bill that would come with signing Jordan Poole and trying to figure it out later. Yeah, I think Lacob is one of those guys who is not afraid of. Like he's like, whatever. Yeah, whatever. Like if Lacob, I'll put it to you like this: if Lacob wants to keep everybody, it's not a hard decision for him. It's not. If he wants to keep everybody and he wants to pay that money, he won't think twice. He'll get it done. And I think ultimately that's what happens.
18.5 points per game this year for Jordan Poole, 92% from the free throw line, 36% from three, 44% from the field. And you believe he's 22 years old, third year in the league. You think like, and he's been solid like all of the years that he's been with the Golden State Warriors. He just had a different role this year. And you got to feel like, 3 years into his career, we give him his biggest opportunity so far. And he takes advantage of it this way. That's exactly what you want from a player.
He's a guy that you can trust in. I really believe that. He's not going to play differently because he's got some money or, work less than what he did to get to this point. He's a guy that you can trust in for sure. I'd have no problem if I was Golden State Warriors believing that he would continue to be the same guy. Now, go ahead. No, go ahead.
I was like you said earlier when we were talking about the Kings and why can't the Kings find guys like this? And it all kind of starts at the top, and Kings can't find guys like this because they can't find a general manager they want to stick with. They can't find a coach they want to stick with. They can't find a system they want to implement, and so they can't find players that fit that system. Jordan Poole screams Golden State Warriors to me. The way that he plays, the way that he shoots, the enthusiasm in which he plays, like, is there a better group of guys for him to play next to?
No, it's a seamless fit. It feels like it really feels like it. Yeah. It's a perfect fit. But what I was going to say, to bring it home, bring it to Sacramento. This is where Monty should be making them phone calls and talking to Bob Myers and saying, we know you got a situation on your hands. You may not want to move anybody. You may be fine with how things are. But if you are looking to move somebody, who would it be and what would it cost?
Hey, Monty, this is Bob. Yeah, we don't have a situation on our hands. We're good.
Don't lie to me.
No.
Don't lie to me.
Sorry, Monty. You have a situation on your hands. We don't. We're good.
But here's the situation, though. No, hold on. Don't hang up on me. No, don't do it. Don't hang up on me yet. Okay. Don't do this.
Don't do this, Bob. Don't do that. That's funny to some people. Not everybody, but some people. That's very funny.
I know you're fine with Jordan Poole. I know you love Klay Thompson. He ain't going nowhere. Andrew Wiggins, what? I mean, what you gonna do with that?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, if you're keeping him, you're keeping. That's fine. I understand. Like, he's a great ball player. I'm just calling to figure out what's going on. I mean, because maybe there's something we could do there.
So
you got Kaminga or there's something. Maybe there's something we could do.
Okay. Well, all right, Monty, you got my attention here.
Oh, now you want to talk to me?
Okay, calm down. I'll still hang up. I'm the Golden State Warriors. You're the Sacramento Kings. Please. What's the play with Andrew Wiggins? Because that's a name. I mean, before Sabonis, but that's a name that we talked about a variety of different times throughout the year. What's the play now as you're going to enter the final year of his contract? You essentially have, for sure, 1 year with Andrew Wiggins. What's the play there? Is this the Kenny Caraway win at all cost mode, and you hope that Andrew Wiggins can help with that?
Yeah, that's part of it.
And if he doesn't build, if he's not a part of building to the future, who cares?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. And then you also have a situation where him being on that deal, maybe if things go right and everything, goes lovely, you can decide what you want to do with him or Harrison Barnes. Maybe that's a situation where you're okay with moving on from Harrison Barnes because you have Andrew Wiggins here, and now he's going to be your starting small forward moving forward, or a guy that can play stretch forward, whatever the case may be. But
sending Harrison home, sending Harrison to Golden State. Is that what we're doing now?
Well, ideally, Harrison wouldn't even be involved in the deal.
Of course,
Andrew Wiggins would be, or Harrison would be your four. Whoever you want to be your four will be the four, and those two will play together. Ideally, but yeah, I'd be trying to see what can be done to get Andrew Wiggins out of there. Obviously, the first call would be for Clay or Poole to see what you're doing with that.
Still make that play for Clay. You're not at all concerned about Clay. How many years does Clay left have on that deal? No. Sure, yeah, that's
you roll the dice and see what you can get out of Clay. I think
Klay Thompson's going to be a shooter no matter what uniform he's wearing.
Right, he's going to do that to the day he dies. I think he's got 2 years left on his deal, maybe 3.
Yep, 40 and 43.
Yeah. So I would see what can be done. The problem is with these guys is unless you're putting Harrison in the deal, there's just not enough money with anybody outside of Harrison.
Right.
And Fox, obviously, but you're not moving Fox. That you can't get the money to match up. Like, you'd have to give them a bunch of parts that they're really not asking for, to be honest with you. Like, they're not interested in Jeremy Lamb or Metu. You'd have to do that.
Well, you'd have to move Alex Lynn and Mo Harkless. Like, you'd have to move a lot to get all those dollars to add up.
They're not interested in those guys. So,
would you come off that draft pick?
I think I would.
Really?
Yeah, I think I would.
For a year?
Yeah.
You're only guaranteed a year.
Yeah, I think I would. You gotta get this done.
You gotta get this done. Boy. You weren't. Yeah, I'll say this: it wasn't a gimmick. You were honest with what you said. You said responsibility be damned.
Where's that gotten you? Like I keep saying,
I get it. I get it. You take a chance
every year. It's gotten nowhere.
I understand. And that's tough. I mean, Clay's a little bit different, but Andrew Wiggins, I don't think that's realistic. I don't think Klay Thompson or Draymond Green are ever being traded. I honestly think I think Draymond will probably retire relatively soon. I don't think he's retiring this year. You're gonna miss. You're gonna miss.
I'm not gonna miss him, but I am just.
No, you're gonna miss it.
I hope you're
gonna be watching the Golden State Warriors
as long as you want to, Draymond, and do it as long as you can out there. But no, I won't miss him.
Well, we'll bring I think you will. We'll bring the show full circle since I think you purposely disconnected your microphone and chose not to be a part of the open because I opened the show singing the praises of Draymond Green and how physical he was with Nikola Jokic. And, it obviously frustrated Nikola Jokic, which is why he picked up 2 technical fouls and got tossed because he couldn't keep his mind off of what the referee was and wasn't doing. And that's not a game's worth of frustration from Nikola Jokic. That's 2 games worth of frustration from Nikola Jokic. And you saw frustrations boiling over on the sidelines, and you saw all these different things happening when the Warriors were scoring 44 points. So I'm anxious to see what's next for that series. I'm anxious to see them in Denver, anxious to see how Nikola Jokic responds after getting tossed, and anxious to see if they have enough gas, if they have enough guys who can help close this thing out. But we got games tonight before we get to game 3 of the Warriors and Nuggets. We've got some games tonight, including Minnesota and Memphis getting the NBA TV treatment. That's the one I'm looking forward to the most, simply because Anthony Edwards is I think this is one of the most appealing series, but Anthony Edwards is on my list. He's on both of our lists of players to watch this postseason.
Yeah, I agree. And this is a big time game for that series. I think Memphis wins.
I was going to ask you, is it a huge? I understand seeding, but is this a huge upset if Minnesota wins this series?
No, not when actually watching the games and stuff like that, and watching the season unfold and seeing these two teams play. It's not a huge upset in that way. But seeding, I mean, yeah, I think it's been done 7 times in NBA history. A 2s beat a 7, or 7s beat a 2. Excuse me.
Yeah, this doesn't feel like a 2 versus 7.
It doesn't. Hell, the Eastern Conference one don't feel like a 2 versus 7.
No, it very much does not. No, it very much does not. We don't get that one tonight. We got to wait till tomorrow for that one. But I think Suns go up 2-0. I think Miami goes up 2-0.
I agree.
I don't have a pick for Minnesota and Memphis. That's one I'm gonna get my popcorn ready and kick back and watch it.
I think Memphis wins tonight.
Okay. All right. I'm about it. We'll see. Memphis was the darling of the league for a couple weeks.
I keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it until it happens. One of these days we'll be getting ready for game 2 of a Kings playoff series. One of these days.
You all bought it. You all bought it. Hook, line, and sinker. You all bought it. Every damn one of you were made fools of.
Whatever you say, buddy. If you missed any part of the show, KC will be riding he'll be riding to the G1C in his Tesla truck that day.
Oh man. That I had for about 3 years before the
oh man. He will have it's his second Tesla truck. He would have traded it in for the new edition by the time we get to game 2 of the playoffs for the Sacramento Kings. If you missed any part of today's show, check out the D'Lo and Casey podcast, available wherever you get podcasts from, including Apple, Spotify, and of course here on the Odyssey app. If you're watching on Twitch or YouTube, hit the subscribe button, hit the thumbs up button. If you're watching on Facebook, hit the thumbs up as well. Like that page over on ESPN 1320 or over on Facebook, like the ESPN 1320 page. And most of all, have a great weekend. Make sure a great rest of your evening. Make sure that you're back here tomorrow at noon on Sacramento's #1 sports station, ESPN 1320.
Go Ant-Man. That's stinky loss by the Giants. Oh,
did they lose? I was trying to keep an eye on it.
That wasn't one of the worst because the Mets are good, but damn, they're 4-1, lost that lead, went into extras, had the runner on second base thing, didn't score, and then lose it in the bottom of the 10th. That was not okay.
Spears. What the hell are we going to talk about Mark Spears on Thursday? Hey, about that DeMarcus interview you did 4 days ago. All right, so Mark, that's Olivia. That's Thursday. Tomorrow's Hammer. Really?
Because of what?
Huh. Interesting. Okay. That's all right.
Weird stuff.
That's fine. Thanks for watching. Today's show was ass, so we appreciate you for hanging out. We got to talk to the show about a couple of things, so we're going to cut this down. We'll go ahead and put the chapters in the stream real quick. Boom and boom, and we out. All right, we'll see y'all tomorrow, man.